Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Wednesdays. Good. Yesterday, guys, we went over the patch notes. Went over the patch notes for the pre-patch notes. Not really patch yet. The pre-patch notes. I believe the patch is coming out on the 30th. Don't quote me on that. I didn't see an exact date, but that's the date it's been going around. So 30th is when the new patch is coming out for the game. And as such, Reassurance is going to be coming out. There's a buff version of BT, which is kind of hilarious. I pointed this out. I've actually talked about this a couple times, even prior to the patch yesterday, that almost no one runs OTR. So they're going to be adding something to the game that's supposed to help with hook camping and tunneling when people don't even fucking run OTR and DS in the first place. So why the fuck is that a thing? I don't fucking know. But here we are, guys, and they're releasing a buff for BT. And people still can't fucking figure out how to use OTR. So, which works itself. You don't even need to hit a perk. It's even better than DS. You don't even need to hit a check. It just works. You just fucking get it. Yeah, twice. It works twice. And it's better than DS. And then you can use DS on top of it if you really want to. But instead of that, they bitch enough, and now we have a 10-second version of BT. Despite the fact that they aren't running OTR. We've played a lot of games, and as I mentioned before, it's about 1 in 4 people use OTR. When you average it out, it's about 1 in 4 use OTR, and 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 uses DS. Yeah. It's fucking weird. It is absolutely weird as shit. Yeah, no fucking shit. I mean, there's not just that. 20 seconds of 110% movement speed? What the fuck is going on? What the literal shit? It's not they buffed the move speed and they buffed the time limit. What the fuck? Once again, this goes more in line with me thinking that like we have to figure out a different way of playing, and it has to have nothing to do with this whole fucking crusade that they have right now against stopping tunneling and camping, because that's literally how you have to play at IMR. There's no other way around it. You can pretend it's all about hooks, and then you can 5-hook people, and then have all 4 of them escape and teabag you at the exit gates. But at high MMR, you have to hook, camp, and tunnel because you have to get a survivor out as fast as humanly possible. Yeah, I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know. It just... And that's putting aside, by the way, the endgame collapse actually has a bunch of different perks in it. Like, a bunch of different perks for survivors in endgame collapse. If you guys didn't know that, that was added with the anniversary update, not just permanent hope. There's plenty of perks. So, imagine 20 seconds of BT in the endgame with hope. That's 117% movement speed. They move faster than a 115 killer. They move faster than a killer if they have hope. Yeah. Like legitimate cheats added to the game. Not 107% movement speed. It's not capped. You can move at 117. Yeah. It doesn't even make sense, guys. Yeah. They're going to move faster than a killer if they have hope. And that's not even, like, even putting that aside, if someone gets off the hook in front of you and you get a swipe on someone, chances are they're going to escape even with a 107% movement speed. With hope, they'll probably get out anyways. And even without hope, they'll probably get out anyways if people are body blocking for them. Like, they don't even require you to use skill anymore. Like, this isn't even about skill. It's literally about perks that help them win. Like, it's kind of weird. It literally feels as though survivors don't think they actually need a loop. Like, they don't actually need to play loops. They just W key and they're supposed to be able to win. That, like, the entitlement, the spoiled, entitled nature of survivors has gotten to the point where they don't even think they need to play the game. Like, they don't need to use the loops. They just have to W key and they'll win via perks. Yeah, and then if they don't or they can't, then it's not balanced, right? Like, the whole skill component from spoiled and entitled survivors, the whole skill component is being removed from them. It's like being pulled out. Like, if you're a big, like, and the weird thing about this is, like, there's big Survivor streamers that are supporting this. If you're a big Survivor streamer and you're skilled at the game, wouldn't you want there to be a differentiation between you and a shit player? Right? Wouldn't you want there to be a differentiation between you and a bad player? At all? No? You just want to use perks and that's it? You think that everyone should just be at the same skill level because you're a survivor? Ah, yeah. Yeah, like, it's gotten to the point where they're shooting themselves. If you are a big streamer, and a big survivor streamer, and you are good at the game, you will not be able to be differentiated from a shit survivor because you can't even show the difference in your skill because it doesn't matter because the game is playing itself for you. Maybe big survivors should start thinking about that. Maybe you should think about the fact that you will be no different than the trash players that also play the game. Yeah, because it doesn't matter. I'm just going to throw that out there. Maybe if the skill doesn't matter at all, because you have advocated and you have lobbied to the point at which the game's a piece of shit, that maybe it will adversely hurt you, and maybe you should start thinking about your own bottom line. But, which could align with killers because you're playing against them, right? There's competition between the two. And you can't showcase your skill if no one can see your skill because it doesn't matter. So, let's just throw that out there. I should tweet that too. We'll make a tweet on that. I'm sure the community loves hearing about this shit. Yeah. God, why the fuck do Twitter is like one of the worst things that happen in the world. Like, kind of at the same time, it makes things more concise. Tweets used to be shorter, by the way. It used to be more concise, but holy fucking shit, you can't type anything in, like, what is it, like 4 sentences? Yeah, I actually preferred the prior to anniversary update. I don't know what people are talking about about the game, like, being easier for killers now. It's not, by the way. What did they do? They added 2 stacks SDBFL, which amounts to 10% recovery speed. They added 10 seconds per gen, which is nothing at high MMR. Missing one. Putting aside perk changes. Pretty much it. Even prior to the patch, guys, so even prior to the patch, I could play around DS and DH. A lot of the perks now, you cannot, there's no play to play around them. There's no counterplay. OTR does not have counterplay. You just have to hit them. DS, you could actually counterplay it depending on what you want to do, and survivors could also use it offensively if they wanted to. But at the same time, you can also play around it because you're knowledgeable of it. Dead Hard, you could play around by baiting it out. The perks that are coming out now are literally, the game just plays itself for them. OTR just works. And the fucking thing is, like, this is a weird thing. Like, we've talked about this. is like in all my games, it's about 1 in 4 players uses OTR, and they've bitched to the point of getting buffed base BT. But there's no one running OTR. Oh, it is a better version of DS, and then you can still run DS. Why aren't people running OTR? They bitch about it, but then they don't run OTR? What? Like, occasionally you'll see games with like 2 people in it, but for the most part, it's just like 1 person, if that, per game. Like, what the fuck is going on? Why, like, do they not just know that the perk is supposed to be the anti-tunneling perk? Do they need to, does like BHVR need to like spoon feed them that? Did they not realize that the new DS is OTR? I mean, you could use both if you really wanted to, but OTR is a better version of DS, so why wouldn't you use it? Yeah, countering tunneling is by actually looping. People don't even play the game. Yeah, well, I mean, DS, like, once again, it's like this weird fucking thing where people think that DS doesn't work anymore. It works, it's just not as good as it was. And you can use OTR on top of it. Like, there's this weird sentiment that just because OTR is a better DS, therefore you don't need to use DS, where it does the same thing. DS is not an endurance effect. We've talked about this before. This game's boring, you're boring, Slane. We've talked about this before. DS is an effect that actually it works outside of endurance. There's effects that work outside of endurance. They changed Metal of Man to do that again now too. So why? Why don't people realize that DS works still? And if you don't have one, you could have 2. You can just use OTR, and then if you want more, you add DS on top of it. But instead, survivors don't want to run perks that help them in that scenario. They just want to pretend that they're helpless, which is fucking weird, putting aside, how you end up in that scenario in the first place. And now we have reassurance on top of it, which, once again, people say that, oh, tunneling is going to become bigger. Tunneling and camping's always been a strat. Both of them are strats, and it's going to be harder to tunnel after reassurance happens because you have to bait people to unhook, and if you don't bait people to unhook, you can't tunnel them. And the problem with baiting people is you have to get further and further away from the hook to encourage an unhook, and in doing so, you have the chance of losing your tunnel. If you lose your tunnel, you get really fucked. So, I don't know. Like, I haven't needed to say this because I don't want to say this because, hey, look, I tunnel in camp and I wouldn't want to tell people how to fucking play against me. But you lose your tunnel. That's very, very hurtful from a strategic standpoint. That's a lot of sunk time. And survivors are too fucking stupid to realize it. But here I am saying it because apparently I have to say it because, once again, it's kind of fucking weird because they have, like, literally, there's like 5 million survivor streamers out there and they have like 5 million viewers and they can't fucking figure out how to deal with this shit. So they just tell them not to run DS because it's not as good as the old DS. What? And then people aren't running OTR for some reason. What? And then they don't understand how to deal with tunnels. What? Just like fucking brain dead people. I mean, killers are no better though. Like, a lot of killer streamers are no better. Most of them aren't very good at the game, or they're just entertaining, or they play against, they're like in some sort of weird streamer walled garden where they don't go against hard survivors, aka aughts, or they just get stream sniped constantly and they have their own kind of they have their own direction of how they want to play the game, and they feel the game should be made in that image. True. Yeah, there aren't too many killers that are actually just good at the game and try to do as good as possible at the game. Or they end up in this weird scenario where they just play against people that are really easy for some reason, even though they 4K all the time. If bad players with perks that play the game for them. Hmm. Will I play GTA 6? Probably not. Actually, maybe. I heard Rockstar had a house cleaning as far as staff goes and not being modernized enough. So in terms of their personality and how they deal with each other. So there's potential that GTA 6 is just going to be garbage. It's going to be some sort of modernized bullshit. Political agenda bullshit. We'll see though. It's generally been not GTA's MO. GTA has been non-politically correct for the most part. They do a lot of everything. Pretty good. That's about the best you can do, Prime, so. Depends on the time of day. I'd test around Prime time in terms of who's streaming. In terms of how many people are streaming to the load on the server, which might change your results. At that point, it has less to do with your connection and more to do with the consistency of the servers throughout the day. I don't even stream in Chicago. I stream to Ontario because sometimes Chicago has some weird nuances due to the amount of people that stream to it. Even though best case scenario for me is streaming to Chicago. House of Dragon, no, I'm waiting on that. There's a lot of people that are saying series right now are good, simply because they're shills. So I'll look at it. It's not about the best ping. Your ping really doesn't even matter with streaming. It's the consistency of the bandwidth. So the variability in your bandwidth and quality, I think, is a metric of ping and bandwidth. Yep, we're talking about it right now. Talked about it last night. It's a highlight if you're curious about that. Just a reminder, if you're a good Survivor streamer and you advocate for making the game a lot easier, you are shooting yourself in the foot. If bad players look just as good as you because perks are playing the game, you're discernibly no different playing the game. Just a reminder, if you're a good Survivor streamer and you advocate for making the game a lot easier, you are shooting yourself in the foot. If bad players look just as good as you because perks are playing the game for them, you're discernibly no different. Shoot that one out. Yeah, I mean, that's true. And it's still because I think it comes down a lot to there's almost no way to showcase your skill as survivors. So it's turned into entertainment, which is just trying to make someone look bad. Bullying is a best pastime for humanity for a long time. So I'm going to get my coffee, guys. It's part of it for sure. Because there's no way, whereas Killer is very skillful. As I mentioned before, I would say playing Killer is about 8 times as hard as playing a Survivor. I'm not joking about that. Just give and take. It's not 4 times because there's 4 Survivors and 1 Killer. It's about 8 times because you aren't just managing each and every Survivor. You're managing the overall flow of the game. It's a lot more difficult than playing Survivor. And Survivors, I think, know that. And it makes them feel inferior. You could even say the Survivors that jack off on BMing Killers do it because they have an inferiority complex, because they know they aren't actually as good as a killer, because they aren't playing a killer. Yeah, you can take that for what you will. And there's a couple Survivor mains that occasionally I see play killers, and they aren't remotely good at it, but for some reason they always catch people. Like, they move a little bit too fast, so I guess there's that. I can think of 2 in particular. One I actually dodge on a regular basis whenever I see them, because they're a little bit sus. A little bit fucking sus, both when they play Survivor, and then when they play Killer, they don't really show off any mind games or any discernible knowledge of the game, but they can always just catch people and just brute force W keys. Very weird. Very, very weird. I'm sure there's nothing weird going on there, guys. Nothing at all. Don't you worry. Nothing at all. Like I said, I talk about cheating a lot, guys. But in terms of visibility and um, how aware the community is of cheating, I could cheat and actually be better off than I am now. Besides, instead of telling people about cheating, if I was actually just cheating on stream, you guys wouldn't be able to tell. Probably would not be able to tell at all. Although I've kind of groomed you guys into proper cheat detectors, hopefully a little bit of me is rubbed off on you, but for the most part, you probably wouldn't be able to tell at all. Especially if someone else is cheating the match and I increase my movement speed to match, you probably wouldn't notice at all. Things would just seem like they're moving a little bit faster, but and then if it gets really weird, I'll just run Shadowborn, so you guys won't be able to figure it out anyways. That's another popular one right there, is if people say they're moving too fast. Shadowborn throws off FOB, so it does make you look like you're moving a little bit faster than normal, but then it also gives you an excuse to cheat while you're doing it because people can't tell. Not that everyone that runs Shadowborn is cheating, by the way. I'm gonna get some water, guys, beer back, and coffee. Yeah, there is not a single doubt in my mind that I couldn't stream, and you guys would have no idea that I was cheating. I don't have a single doubt that I could stream and be perfectly fine while cheating. That going for hooks at high hammer will never get you win. No shit. It took him a fucking year to realize that. I mean, it didn't. He was bitching about that probably for 6 months at this point. But it's true, which is one of the reasons that I fault him, because he didn't actually go for... He doesn't go for kills. which is the where I mentioned before. It comes down to the not metaphorical, ideological difference in opinion, where you can't really tell how good he is because he refuses to play the game to win, because he doesn't want to play the game to win, and or possibly because he doesn't want to look bad in front of people by tunneling and camping all the time and get a bad rap. I tunnel and camp all the time. I don't fucking give a shit. Fuck off. Survivor mains can suck my dick if they don't understand why. Killing a person at the beginning of the stream, beginning of a game, is very, very important. Which they do, which is why they bitch about it. Maybe they don't fully understand it, but they understand it's not fun. And that's mainly because the game makes the game a lot harder. So people understand fun from a subjectivity standpoint, but they don't actually understand why it becomes not fun. And it's not just the guy that gets tunneled out. It becomes not fun because it's not as easy. And that's because the game becomes more difficult because it adversely affects the power curve. It adversely affects the power curve. It's not linear. It's not your chance to win goes down like this, like 75%, 50%, 25%. It is logarithmic. It goes like this. It goes like this. You lose that first person, it's a huge hit to Survivor's ability to play the game. And then each Survivor has to pick up a lot more. It's still possible to win with 3 players, but much more difficult. When you get 2 players, it becomes next to impossible unless one of the gens is close to being done. Yeah, he can't articulate it properly, and despite all of his fancy words he uses, and he's only recently started talking about strategy and tactics, which I've been talking about for over a year and a half at this point. Yeah, strategy and tactics, guys, always ahead of the curve, by the way. Yeah, despite him acting super smart all the time and as though he always knows exactly what's going on, it's only recently where he's come into understanding of strategy, which I'm sure he would object to immediately. He'd just go, "Oh no, I talked about it all the time." But putting that aside, like even a year ago, like he wasn't tunneling either. Like prior to, I was set basically for MMR before MMR came out, and it's not because I play against comp players, it's because I played during Degenerate Hour, and when you get those games relatively often where you play against Ultra Sweats and or cheater squads, you start to figure out what works and what doesn't work, where they're just fucking around during prime time and just going against idiots. That being said, there's a lot of problems with UK streamers and Ireland streamers. There's nothing to do with them personally, rather it has something to do with the fact that there's an Ireland server, which makes their player base much, 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 much smaller. They could play around it. They could VPN to Frankfurt if they wanted to, but they don't. I've reported on Reddit. I have upvoted posts on Reddit about it. I've reported on the forums. I reported multiple times on the forums. I went into their channels and talked about it. And either they ignore it, they act like there's only one server in Europe, which is definitely wrong, unequivocally wrong. Europe has 2 servers. Or they act like using a VPN would get them banned, which is completely wrong as well. Neither BHVR nor Steam, Valve, will ban you for using a VPN. But here we are, guys. Yeah. And it sucks because I only have a handful of people watching me. So once again, I've said this before, it doesn't matter who does something right first, it matters who does it right and has the most people watching. So even if, like, Hexy, the Hexy strat, guys. If you don't know what the Hexy strat is tunneling and camping. Which tunneling and camping, I'm not even the beginning of tunneling and camping, but I'm definitely one of the people that have done it right the first. I'm probably one of the first person that has done it really well. It's tunneling and camping is not just face camping, it's not just proxy camping, it's a combination of multiple different things happening at the same time. You can't just face camp. If you face camp, you'll probably get a 1 to 2K. And even now, it's like a lot of survivors don't even understand how easy... Like, we actually had... I should have highlighted, but it honestly felt like sarcasm. I had a guy a couple days ago who was talking after we won the game, and he mentioned that tunneling and camping doesn't work. He's never been able to get more than 1K doing 1 to 2K doing it. Or I think it was 1K. I don't know if it was 1 to 2K. That might just be me. But he said tunneling and camping really doesn't work. And then I explained it to him that you can't just face camp. And it seemed like he was being sarcastic, but not at the same time, because he was actually asking questions, and it seemed like he was trying to learn. But I'm not sure, because it was after a 4K where I tunneled and camped the shit out of their match. So, like, people get really kind of weird, and they start doing super passive-aggressive behavior when the match ends. But he actually seemed like he was legitimately interested in learning how to play. It's very rare, by the way. You get survivors that'll say, "Oh, you just camped," but they've never actually went out of their way to try to do it themselves. If you can get a 4K from just standing next to the hook, the other team really fucking sucks. I'm not gonna lie. If all you're doing is stand, it's very rare for me just to stand by the hook. The only time, not the only time, but one of the few times that I will ever stand just right next to the hook and will not move is usually if I know it's a cheater match, and if I leave, there's a high probability that I will not be able to see this guy ever again. So I have to be there, or if I leave, there's a probability where they'll either teleport away or just super hide and you'll never find them. You'll never fucking find them. Which, once again, you spend the whole match trying to kill a person and then they disappear. You just fucked away all your time in the match. You know, it's just over at that point, right? Yeah, so, like, if you ever see me sitting at a hook, there's usually a reason for it, and it's usually because I think the other team's cheating, and if I leave, there's going to be a big, like, the negative offset of leaving is drastically outweighing the positive benefits of trying to put pressure on a gen, which is usually why I'll try and get a strategic gen or strategic hook. BS strategic hooks, by the way, have been a thing on my channel. We made it into tech. It's been a thing on my channel for over a year, where I talk about how I hook next to gens. And the reason for that is because you put pressure on a highly done gen in which they can't touch the gen or the hook, and then you get gen regression built in. You know how many other streamers do that? No one. No one fucking does it. And if they do, it's on accident. And they go, oh, look, we're next to a gen. This is kind of nice. And then they just tap the gen and they immediately leave the proximity. They get unhooked and basically it's completely undone. Strategic hooks are a thing for a reason, and that's because they're very important to the game itself. Because you have to apply... It's one of the reasons I don't use the kill dungeon anymore, even though we did it during Degenerate Hour because we had to. Now oftentimes I won't because it increased my consistency of 4K'ing and reduced the chances of survivors just leaving the poor guy down there to die and never go for an unhook. You have to, as I mentioned before, there is a weighted balance between having too much of a defendable position and giving survivors hope that they can save someone. Survivors need to think that they can win. If they don't, then they won't play the way that you want to. Weighing and balancing the psychology of the game and how people play. That's part of strategy, is working around human psychology. And you can say what you want about BMing people, because it does make people do stupid shit, like clickies, right? It does make people do stupid shit. That's probably a self-serving excuse just to be toxic, but there is truth to the matter that you can click and people start doing weird shit, right? Just pissing people off and tilting them is actually a kind of an asshole thing to do, but it's definitely a viable strategy, so, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, guys. But anyways, as of recently, this kind of pisses me off because, like, this just shows kind of where the community is based on the number of matches. If you play Survivor, just look how many people use OTR in your games. Just do it yourself. Like, look at the number of people that run OTR and look at the number of people that run DS. BT is getting them buffed when most of the time people won't run OTR. They won't run OTR. The new DS perk, they won't even run OTR. But they'll bitch about it, and they bitch so much they got it changed. And people talk all the time about entitled campers and shit like this. We're just talking about BT, by the way, not even reassurance. So BT is now buffed even more. Base Kit BT is buffed even more, and by association, BT is buffed more. Base Kit BT is buffed even more when people don't even run the fucking OTR perk. Like, what the fuck is that? You do have no right to bitch about something if you don't even attempt to prevent the situation that happens to you. If you just go, well, this guy's tunneling and camping, I guess there's nothing I can do, but I'd rather just run this flavor perk that really just makes me happy. I want to use Streetwise. Yeah, I just want to use Streetwise, you know, and I'm not talking about, like, all the other perks in the game. There's a lot of viable perks for Survivor right now. But if you're getting tunneled and camp because you're at high MMR, you should fucking be running OTR, and if you're not, you're part of the problem. It's not just killers killing you, but it's also the fact that you refuse to run a perk that will help you escape, either to skew numbers or because you're too stupid to do it. You being the people that are doing this, not necessarily chat, by the way. I'm just looking at you guys, right? You're too stupid to run the fucking perk that helps you out. I don't know what other way to word that, guys, but if you're too stupid to run the perk that helps you out of a situation, which you encounter frequently, maybe you're part of the problem. Like, my entire build is built around specific scenarios. Like, my entire build here is here for a reason. It's not because I thought, you know, like, I had a flavor day. This is, like, my meta build. It's not the meta build of the game, but it's my meta build for very particular reasons, because if you don't have deadlock, it doesn't seem to matter. It seems like I need deadlock in every killer because gens will just go insanely fast. Not only does it give you intel, but it'll stop people from insta-pounding gens, which they do if you don't have deadlock. Yeah, I have this perk here for a reason. It's like in all my builds, because otherwise the gens go insanely fast. Overcharge I have here for strategic hooks and strategic gens, so I can apply more pressure to gens, and I can play some mini-game with survivors that think they're good enough to keep hitting overcharge checks, which actually gets me even more regression because people have egos. This is very good. I had this even before they buffed overcharge because it was a good perk in my opinion, and still is a good perk. Unfortunately, it's actually worse now because more survivors have encountered it and they found ways to, you know, they've gotten used to the skill checks. Sadly, they've gotten used to the skill checks. Noah is a great closer, even though most of my games Noah never activates. It is a fantastic closer to the end of the match. And, you know, it's not just survivors. Killers can bitch all they want about no-ed. Oh, it fucks up metrics. Oh, no, those are kills you don't deserve. Yeah, do you think people deserve to get off the ground because they have Unbreakable? What the fuck is that? It's a perk in the game. Don't fault the people for running it because you have some sort of stuck ego and you feel as though you're better than a perk. Play as good as you possibly can, and that involves using perks that make you much stronger. That's just the way the game works. Use stuff that makes you stronger. Don't run OTR. Is people not running OTR because they feel as though they don't need it, but then they get 4K'd and then they complain about it? Like, if no-ed is helping you out, then you should run it. And there's been no reason not to run no-ed. Once again, I think one of the reasons that people don't run no-ed is because survivors bitch about it. But you're a killer. It doesn't matter. They're the other team. The other team bitches about something that hurts them. So what? They're the other team. And then we have STBFL, which is anti-Zerg. My classification for an anti-Zerg. This is a clutch perk, regression, and this is a stasis perk. And then we have our anti-Zerg perk, which will stop survivors from zerging you down just by constantly hitting you with body blocks. I've had STBFL on my builds for a long time at this point. Reason for this is because when they go for body blocks over and over and over and over again, you need to be able to punish them. This does it. There's other perks that also do this. Force Penance will do this. Starstruck will do this. It's the perk where you hit someone, Mad Grit. Mad Grit will also do that. Any perk where they go in for a Zerg, you have to be able to punish them or they will keep trying to step on your dick. That's just the way it goes. They'll keep trying to step on your dick. So you have to have a way of deterring them from stepping on your dick. There's a lot of ways of doing it, but this is my best one for me. This is one I've been using most often. We used to use Force Penance and Blood Echo during Degenerate hours because it did work really good for the KD. As of right now, I do run SCBFL because my build has changed a bit as I have started doing more strategic cooks and less of the kill dungeon, less the basement. Yeah. Good stuff, guys. But I don't know, like the whole series, the whole situation just seems super hypocritical. With it's not just true. It's also a lot of the Survivor streamers, and it's just like everything added together. I do feel as though, you know how like Tyler 1 just like intentionally is just kind of like a toxic asshole? It kind of feels that way, like True is that way. Like he attempts to rabble-rouse and attempt to generate publicity, which does work. But like sometimes, for instance, he won't go out of his way to prevent situations from happening. He'll just talk about the situations happening. But just like with survivors not running OTR, he won't do things to prevent survivors from just shitting on him. And they'll go, well, if the developers were smart, they would have done it a different way. You know, but that's his own personal subjective opinion, despite the fact that there are things that you could do to help with it. He doesn't do them in the first place, so. I don't know, guys. It's like, it basically just amounts to like drama. Publicity and drama kind of is what it feels like. Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm just down here at the bottom of the Twitch directory screaming, so. Where were we before we got on the rant train here on Soapbox? We were talking about the new patch coming up and how people don't run OTR. We're going to start changing how we play because I feel as though it's going to take a while for BHVR to realize that they just destroyed the upper echelons in the game by putting reassurance in. I'm very certain we're going to see reassurance all the time, but I said the same thing about OTR. And here we are, a month after anniversary update, and there's still people that don't run OTR and they don't run DS at high MMR, so what the fuck are they doing with their lives? I don't fucking know. So, I don't know. I think with the upcoming update, though, we're going to have to change things up. I think as though we're going to have to do things like, might consider Rancor instead of NOED as well. It kind of like, so DS, as we talked about, like I mentioned earlier tonight, DS and DH have counterplay to them. One of the nice things about DS, even though you got hit by it, you go, oh! One of the nice things about DS was it would allow you to switch your obsession. Switching your obsession makes sure that there's always an active obsession in your game. You don't have to worry about having a perk that always makes sure that there's an obsession in the game. It would just always be one. For the sake of balancing out perks that exist in the game. Rancor, for instance, needs an obsession, and you kill your Rancor, and then the obsession's gone. But if you have something like DS would stun you, and switch your obsession, or Nemesis will allow you to Rancor more than one person in the game, although highly unlikely. Rancor's kind of like last-ditch effort to kill one person. NOED will let you kill a lot of people, where Rancor only allows you to kill one. And that's if the obsession is still in the game, so... Yeah. And once again, like Otz, for instance, is a relatively good killer, but he plays against some really bad survivors. I don't know how. I don't know if that's his thing or BHVR's thing, because BHVR knows how much of a public figure he is and wants to present a better view of the game, but he goes against some really bad survivors. And then, when he does go against good survivors, he gets really, really anxious, which is kind of hilarious in and of itself, but kind of shows you that he hasn't really spent any time going against good survivors, because he probably by now have ways of dealing with the stress of doing so. Like, I used to stress poop all the time. I don't really stress poop all the time, although I just happen to poop generally around the same time every night, but stress shits used to be a thing. I don't really get them anymore. Not to say that we don't get some really tense situations, because we do. And that's usually when my cam will turn off, is when I start getting tense situations. Because it helps with the anxiety and stress in general, and then I can perform better, so... Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, guys. The whole thing going on right now, it does make me feel as though BHVR is overreacting and just kind of catering to survivors, despite the fact that the survivors aren't even running OTR. Like, a counter to this, by the way, would be pointing out how often you're seeing OTR. You know this little chart they gave us, guys? Remember this chart from Anniversary Update where they showed the dispersion of perks? Like, they don't need to be an asshole about it. They don't need to be an asshole about it, but they literally could just show how often people are running OTR and then point out maybe if they are running OTR, the kill rates would be lower for killers right now, right? If they're tunneling and camping at high MMR, show how often OTR is being run. Because we're playing, and we're definitely at high MMR, assumedly at high MMR, unless we got put in the walled garden along with Otz, running at high MMR, that we should see OTR more often, and we don't. It's not up here. We don't see OTR and we don't see DS, so... Like, they could do something like this, like, hey, public service announcement, maybe you should run OTR if you're getting tunneled at high MMR. And survivors are going to be like, that doesn't help, it doesn't do anything, when clearly it does. Just like DS does help with tunneling and camping. Getting another chase or a prolonged chase very much helps you, and pretending that it doesn't is just delusional. It's like, don't buy into their delusion. Like, BHVR should be trying to diffuse the situation or offer transparency on what's going on, and they don't. Instead, they just knee-jerked and offered 10 seconds of 110% movement speed, and then an extra 10 seconds if you're running BT. What the fuck? What the little fuck is that? Do they know how close that is to killer's movement speed? Like, that would be the equivalent of you being a Mouse 1 Myers, or a Tier 1 Myers. Tier 1 Myers is 105, if you guys are curious. Yeah. And if they're running Hope, they'll be running faster than you. So, yeah. So our solution for this scenario is basically probably going to amount to Executioner and Tombstone Myers, is what we're looking at right now. And we're just going to one-shot people. I talked a little bit about slugging meta, but you can't slug. Like, they updated a lot of effects from the... can't not slug. It's very, very difficult to slug someone for 4 minutes. They've updated a lot of the effects during the Anniversary Update, and it's next to impossible to slug for prolonged periods of time. We're going to live forever. Soul Guard, I'll have endurance effects built into them. Yeah. On top of the fact that there's a lot of other things in the game that will help people get up or heal people faster, so slugging is not a viable option. We were thinking about it for a little bit, but there's... Killer has almost no perks to help with anything that actually helps finish the game in Killer's favor, by the way. Where survivors do. Like, killing survivors faster, Killers don't really have anything like that. They have stuff to slow down the objectives in the game for the most part, but killing survivors faster generally amounts to exposed effects, and those are generally few and very far between. And just straight kill effects don't really happen at all, right? And killing survivors on hook or expediting it, there's Monster Shrine, but you have to be a certain distance away from the hook to make it work, and it's only 20%. Whereas the opposite is now Reassurance, where you can add 30 seconds onto one hook state. So while a minute before for Monstrous Shrine would have been a decrease in time, 20% of 60 seconds would be 12 seconds. Reassurance adds 30 seconds. So in retaliation for Monstrous Shrine, which no one uses, and is not common, and still depends on Scourge hooks, and you have to be a certain distance away from it, you have a perk which can be used on anyone, and is almost triple the time added, and that doesn't even include whether or not... Imagine if you could stack Monster Shrine, so you could stack up an effect to kill survivors earlier. Yeah, that's basically what Reassurance amounts to. Ridiculous, right? But here we are. Here we are. Monster Shrine, no one runs. Instead, you got Reassurance, which adds 30 seconds, and 3 people can do it. Imagine if there's a perk. So what is that? What's a minute and 30 out of 2 minutes? It's not 100%. It's like 60, 75%. Imagine if you could kill someone in 15 seconds on a hook. That's the opposite. That would be the equivalent of 3 people running Reassurance. Is if I could kill someone in 15 seconds on the hook. Is it counterable? To a certain extent. I think a pre-made, a Swift, could definitely try and make a saving throw on that if they know what's going on. They could potentially save. However, it's very unlikely that's going to happen, just the same way as if 3 people are running Reassurance. That person on the hook's probably never going to die. And that's just the way it's going to be. So you're basically stuck doing 8 hook states, which means we need to have a way around it. What it's turning into. I guess, but once again, if they had OTR guys, if they made a graph like this and go, hey guys, this is the dispersion, this is the distribution of the amount of people that are running OTR. Maybe people should run more OTR, or maybe you should consider running OTR, because we aren't seeing it. I don't know why we aren't seeing it, considering how big hook camping and tunneling is. We should see it more. So I know this is on Beach VR too. This is them doing dumb things and then just knee-jerk reacting. I think the Reassurance is going to hurt more than people think. It's not just tunneling and camping, primarily tunneling and camping, but you have to do it at high MMR. So what did we get in return in order to speed up chases? Nothing. What did we get in order to down people faster and be capable of killing people faster because we're going to need to? Nothing. Are we going to be able to 8 hook survivors at high MMR and get them out of the game? More than likely, no. So, yeah. Yeah, the other option here is multi-tunneling, which we've talked about before. And we'd have to use something like Darkness Revealed to find people. So if we hook multiple people, we'll tunnel each one out of the game individually. But while doing it to multiple people, so it'll encourage people to unhook. Multi-tunneling, however, is very unreliable because they can just hide. And when they hide, they're incredibly difficult to find. So, yeah. If you're at high MMR and someone wants to disappear at the end of the game, if you lose sight of them, it is very possible you'll never see them again. Maybe you'll come down, like, besides running killers that get around, we've talked about this already, besides running killers that get around Reassurance, is running a killer that might give us more intel so we can tunnel people more appropriately when they get unhooked. Doctor, for instance. There's hooks too. There's the hook where people get unhooked and you can see them for 7 seconds, I think, 9 seconds. There's that perk as well, so that would help you tunnel. But if you're across the map, there's a high probability you won't see the person, but we could also try it too. So, yeah, there's options here, but I think tonight, guys, we're going to start with Executioner when we start playing, so when we get into things here. First, we're going to take a look at a tube video, and... ARC GPU availability. I don't think they have any benchmarks for the 900 series that came out. They're supposed to be. There isn't yet. Waiting on the release of new hardware, guys. We're a month away. Maybe a bike camper electric, 100+ kilometer range, no pedaling. On flat roads, maybe? These are made to be towed behind cars, by the way. They're actually pretty cool. Wasn't there a new pitch meter or a critical drinker? One of the two. Definitely want to see it. Moonfall. Ah, there's one for Moonfall. Day shift, I don't know what that was. Alright guys, let's take a look at the video here. Critical Drinker is fantastic. She-Hulk is a comedy. Ah! Apparently a masterpiece according to reviews. She-Hulk is a masterpiece if you guys are curious.
Say that a lot of my criticism of modern entertainment tends to stem from the vandalization of established franchises and legacy characters, the aggressive insertion of unnecessary and patronizing political lectures into what are supposed to be escapist fantasy stories, and the outright demonization of longtime fans who dare to question any aspect of those things. But don't worry, dear viewer, there's plenty of other reasons to hate on films today. Like Moonfall, for example, which is without a doubt one of the dumbest movies I've seen in my entire adult life. And that's saying something, believe me. In fact, the only reason I even watched this fucking thing is because I was on a long-haul flight back from the States, the in-flight entertainment system was fucked, and it was a choice between this or Death on the Nile. And to this day, I still regret my decision. Moonfall is basically a ridiculous conglomeration of unimaginative action sequences and weak CGI, strung along by mortified actors who are far too good for this shite, slogging through the barest suggestion of a plot, and culminating in one of the most bizarre and ridiculous finales since Game of Thrones.
Who better to lead us into the future?
I lectured, guys. I ranted about Season 8 of Game of Thrones on the second episode for 4 fucking hours. For 4 hours. And this is prior to what happened here. This is prior to that. That was just at the end. I think second episode was when the Night King battle happened. Second or third episode. It was already apparent that at the show... I definitely ranted for 4 hours after the Night King battle. I think that's the third episode. But I was ranting about the second episode. Second fucking episode, I was already ranting about it because I knew what was going on. And there's only 6 episodes, so obviously things are just going to go to shite when they're filling like 2 episodes in filler. Like, stuff you don't care about. Yeah. You guys remember this? Spoilers, by the way. This is actually the true king. If you guys are curious, it was Bran. It was Bran all along. I'm spoiling for you. This is Bran. It's fucking Bran. Did you get it? Did you understand why? You thought he was just like fucking like a messenger? No, he was actually the king. Who knew? I didn't even know. Yeah. I watched Moonfall because it was the only thing. I was like eating crumbs of pizza, wondering where the pizza ever was.
In short, it's a shit film made by a shit director who burned through the last of his creative energy more than a decade ago. But hey, it's still fun to point and laugh at it, so let's get cracking, shall we?
Yep.
Moonfall kicks off with a space shuttle mission to repair a damaged satellite in orbit, the highlight of which is Patrick Wilson singing Africa by Toto and debating the meaning of the lyrics.
I'm Mr. Break down Africa.
In space, no one can hear you cringe. Oh yeah, and Halle Berry's there too, because I guess she really needed the paycheck. But oh no, suddenly a swarm of black nanobot things come flying out of nowhere, kills one of the astronauts, knocks out Halle Berry, and disables the shuttle's electrical systems. Sounds bad indeed, but somehow Patrick Wilson manages to get back on board, pilot the shuttle back through the Earth's atmosphere, and successfully execute a perfect 10 out of 10 landing. By hand, with no instruments. Because that's a thing you can totally do. At first he's hailed as a hero for saving the mission, but when he tries to tell everyone about the black nanobot things, he's ridiculed as a crazy person and dismissed from NASA. And for some reason, he's then made a scapegoat for the entire thing.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Flash forward 10 years or so, and Patrick Wilson is pretty much a drunken burnout now, divorced and estranged from his son. Finally, a protagonist I can relate to. Also, I love how everyone looks exactly the same despite being 10 years older. I mean, Jesus, Mark Ruffalo's aged about a quarter of a century in that time. Oh well, that's what being an insufferable twat does for you, I suppose. Anyway, everything changes one day when he's approached by Samwell Tarly. And yeah, I know his character's got a name in this movie, but since he's basically playing the exact same person from Game of Thrones, I'm just gonna call him what he is. So Sam Tarly explains that the moon is drifting out of orbit and moving closer to Earth, and he reckons it's because it's an alien megastructure coming to destroy us. So Patrick Wilson does the smart thing and tells him to fuck off. But then NASA reaches the same conclusion all by themselves, which kind of begs the question of why the script felt the need to do the same thing twice, but whatever. So they send up a mission to the moon to figure out what's wrong, but then the nanobots show up again and blow it up. So the NASA director's like, well, I'm out of ideas, see you later. That's fucking commitment right there. Meanwhile, things are getting bad on Earth. As the moon drifts closer, its gravity starts fucking with the planet, causing earthquakes, tidal waves, meteor showers, and atmospheric disturbances. So basically all the stuff from every previous Roland Emmerich movie rolled into one then. But it's okay because Halle Berry discovers an EMP device developed decades ago to combat the nanobot swarm, because it turns out the US government has known about this shit since the Apollo moon landings.
I just immediately thought that it was going to be Russian. I thought that it was going to be a weapon to combat the Russians during the Cold War, right? Like during the potential for nuclear destruction, an EMP device could wipe things out. Like it actually kind of makes sense. Hey, look, if there's a hidden EMP device, it's something from the Cold War, right? No. Nope, I was completely wrong on that one.
But then they decided
like holy shit. What kind of fucking people do they have writing this shite, guys? Like, this is ridiculous. If I can come up with, like, better directions for things that they're doing for paid people, they get paid a lot of money to write stuff, and I'm just sitting here in front of my computer, what the fuck is wrong with people? Are they just, like, programs? Like, what the fuck's going on? Did they get the bad genes?
a program for budgetary reasons. Fucking really? An existential threat from a highly advanced alien species, but you'd rather spend money on diversity and inclusion officers than developing countermeasures to save the entire world? Actually, that sounds suspiciously accurate now that I think about it. So with the EMP device reactivated, their plan is clear. Grab themselves a retired space shuttle out of a museum, because that's a thing that audiences will probably recognise, fly it up to the moon manually so the swarm doesn't detect them, plant the EMP device and use it to disable the nanobots forever, and then hope that everything somehow goes back to normal.
How's that for a slice of fried gold?
Yeah, boy!
So they get to the moon and set up the EMP, but oh no, the swarm doesn't take the bait. So there's a chase scene and then they get inside the moon, which turns out to be a giant computer system, which then explains to Patrick Wilson what's actually going on here. See, it turns out that billions of years ago, humanity was a peaceful intergalactic empire that developed artificial intelligence to basically run everything for them. Nice one, can't see that ever going wrong.
No.
But would you believe it? It all went wrong. The AI went rogue and declared war on them, and the moon was developed as a kind of contingency plan to repopulate the galaxy once the war was over. Using a nice friendly AI which apparently doesn't go rogue despite being left on its own for billions of years to contemplate its mission and the nature of its own existence. Why? So the rest of the plot could happen. But oh no, the bad AI tracked it down 10 years ago during the failed shuttle mission, and it's been fucking around with it ever since, which is why the moon's now on a collision course with Earth. Now there's only one option left. Sacrifice one of the team to lure the bad AI away so that they can detonate the EMP and allow the good friendly AI to get the moon back to its normal orbits. So there's another chase scene and Sam Tarly pulls a Randy Quaid from Independence Day and sacrifices himself to blow up the swarm, and Patrick Wilson and Halle Berry land back on Earth and everybody lives happily ever after. Apart from the billions of people killed by fires, floods, earthquakes, asteroid strikes and suffocation from having the atmosphere literally ripped away into space. Not to mention the billions more rendered homeless by massive global destruction of every major city, or the billions more beyond that that will almost certainly die from starvation and disease due to the world's livestock, viable farmland and critical infrastructure being entirely destroyed, thus dooming humanity to a new dark age of brutal survival where all semblance of law and order has broken down.
What? I see this as an absolute win.
You know, when I think about Roland Emmerich movies over the past few decades, I see them as basically a race to the bottom, endlessly mining the same basic ideas until eventually he hits creative bedrock.
Oh my God.
Which he did quite a long time ago.
Second Independence
now,
Day?
don't get me wrong, Universal Soldier, Stargate, and Independence Day are fun movies if you're willing to shut down your thinking meat for a couple of hours, and even 2012 was kind of worth it for the sheer over-the-top spectacle. Generally speaking, I've got nothing against big dumb disaster movies, but Moonfall is a whole different level of stupid. A film so brain-meltingly dumb, so devoid of originality, so riddled with cliches that for the first hour I genuinely thought it was some kind of parody. I kept waiting for punchlines and payoffs that never arrived, and slowly the horrifying realization crept in. Oh my god, this is actually supposed to be a serious film. The script actually expects you to buy into the insanity getting hurled at the screen. It expects you to be invested in its cardboard cutout characters, melodramatic family conflicts, and paper-thin motivations. It actually thinks you'll care when CGI cities get destroyed for the 100th time by CGI tidal waves and asteroids. Jesus, it even tries to delve into big pretentious questions about the origins of human life, the dangers of artificial intelligence, and the purpose of our own existence. It's like watching a toddler trying to give you their deep and meaningful thoughts on existentialism. And what's really sad here is that this black hole of career destruction seems to have sucked in some pretty talented actors. Patrick Wilson is good at what he does, but fuck me, he's been in some absolute stinkers in his time, and Moonfall may just be the worst of the lots. He looks bored and embarrassed just to be here, and I can't say I blame him. That's what happens when you sign on to a movie without reading the script, I guess. John Bradley continues the winning trend of former Game of Thrones actors trying and failing to break into Hollywood stardom by appearing in terrible big budget movies. I mean, unlike Emilia Clarke in Genesis, at least I can't accuse him of playing a role that he's not suited to. Like I said earlier, he's basically playing a modern day Samuel Tarly, with all the exact same mannerisms and personality quirks. Wow, what an inspired piece.
Why are actors so one-dimensional? I thought part of acting was being able to fit yourself into any role and adjust yourself to something that is outside of your norm, right? Just being the character that it's as it's written. What's with actors just being themselves nowadays? I mean, like originality, like I guess maybe brand-wise, that's who you have to be, right? If someone wants a Sam Tarly, they can just go and get one. But yeah, like as far as you being an actor and being employable, like what was that supposed to mean?
Of casting. Donald Sutherland shows up for an absolutely baffling cameo that I can only assume was motivated by a very hefty paycheck. But probably the biggest waste of talent is Halle Berry, who's far too good for a movie like this. Well, I mean, she did star in Catwoman and Die Another Day, so draw your own conclusions, I guess. Ultimately, Moonfall feels like some weird relic from a different time, some rejected screenplay from 50 years ago, rescued from a dusty filing cabinet and rushed into production for no other reason than because there was literally nothing else left. And really, it plays like an unimaginative rehash of other, better Roland Emmerich movies. A film that almost certainly started as a series of cool set pieces strung together by a weak as fuck plot, from a director who made a career out of spectacle rather than substance, and is still trying to cut it in a market where almost every major movie does spectacle bigger and better than he ever did. A film that probably never should have been made in the first place.
Aliens was pretty good. Not Aliens, Independence Day was pretty good when it came out.
Anyway, that's all I've got
But
for today.
that was, as you said, basically just a dumb spectacle, and I think it did a pretty good job. But beyond that, CG has gone so far, guys. Like, why would you watch that when you could watch like a new Star Wars movie, right? That's kind of just stupid in and of itself, but has fucking amazing looking CG. Don't know. Good. Okay. This movie was glorious, fucking glorious, from the absurd product placement that make Austin Powers blush to infused Chinese propaganda via funding. That's before we even get to the ludicrous story that's batshit insane, turned up to 22. Remember, in the event of an emergency, one can always wheel a gang of graffitied space shuttle out of a landfill and it'll just launch into space, no problem or something. Oh, I mean, just speaking of which, Chinese propaganda. There was that really big budget Chinese film, and it like made no fucking sense in any way, shape, or form. It's actually one of the highest grossing movies in the world. What was it? Wandering Earth. 700 million. Guy. It is so fucking random. There's just so much random shit. Like, the plot barely made sense. Like, what they're doing just barely made sense. All over the place. Like, someone with schizophrenia was writing it. Earned more than $2 billion in 6 days, setting a new record for Chinese film. It also set the record for highest grossing Chinese film on IMAX. Under 700 million. They had a huge budget for this film too. 50 million. Maybe that's not a huge budget. What's the budget for Avatar, for instance? $237 million. Box office 2.8 million. E.T.'s up there. It was. Let's take a look at this again. List of highest grossing films. Avatar actually is highest. It's got the Avengers Endgame. Titanic. I remember Titanic in theaters. Force Awakens. Terrible movie. Watched in theaters though. Infinity War watched in theaters. No Way Home I did not watch in theaters. I heard is really good though. I don't generally watch Marvel trash anymore. Unless I'm there to make fun of it. I really need to watch No Way Home. Jurassic World, not Jurassic Park, by the way. I also watched this in the theaters. It was fucking terrible. Lion King watched in theaters. This is basically one of the movies that was part of my childhood right here. Like if you have movies that define who you are. Say 2019. Like 99 maybe. 93? 2019. Different? Lion King is a 2019's American drama film directed by is a photorealistic computer animated remake of Disney's traditionally animated 1994 film. Hey Trotter, after all those years, what happened those years? What happened during those years? Tell me right now. I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't enjoy doing it. No. And I'm not saying that just because I want to look good in front of people. How could you stream for 10 years and not enjoy it? Like, without making really any money off of it? Because I've never really made enough money to be self-sufficient off Twitch. Please keep it English. Appreciate it. Mm-hmm. I didn't know they had a remake of Lion King. Apparently that's what this was. Interesting. Avengers, watched in theaters. Furious 7 did not watch in theaters. Frozen 2 did not watch in... Why is this green? Not sure why that's green. Oh. Background shading indicates films playing the weeks commencing August 19th, 2022 in theaters around the world. So this is still playing, is what it's indicating. Haven't watched it. Apparently this is out on film. I didn't know that. Maverick's out on film now. I'm gonna have to watch it. I just added it to my list on my left. Black Panther, not good. Watched in theaters though. Age of Ultron, watched in theater. Harry Potter, watched in theater. Jedi, watched in theater. Fallen Kingdom, nope. First Jurassic Park remake was good enough for me. Beauty and the Beast, the remake. All the high-grossing stuff, it looks like... Is there any old things on here? Titanic. Prior to 2010. Lord of the Rings? Still clinging to life, guys. While clinging to their past glory. I assume this includes inflation. Caribbean. Jurassic Park. Ooh. Phantom Menace, also watched in theater. The Dark Knight, also saw that in theater. Good, good, good. Most of these movies, besides the fan ones, for fans like Frozen 2, besides the 4 fan ones, almost all these I watched in theater. Furious 2, or Furious 7 I didn't watch. Fast and Furious, arguably for fans too. You need to watch No Way Home though. Incredibles 2 for fans. Did I watch Iron Man 3 in the theater? I don't think so. Civil War. Minions? Good. Still changing, guys. I need to watch Maverick, though. And No Way Home. Good, good, good. Okay. Wandering Earth was what we're talking about. We had to do some uploads here based on time. We're spending a lot of time talking about the dibs and upcoming patches, so let's do some uploads, guys. And from yesterday, not some uploads, yesterday's uploads. And Reddits, and then we'll get into Gmaz. Okay. Oh no, Tom Scott. Do you take it? Is it Tom Scott? Back in this video, no restrictions. Oh my god! Tom Scott allows me to keep my revenue now? Wait. Tom Scott used to steal all my revenue. Oh my god, Tom Scott, so generous. This is where we covered Tom Scott's video. Pretty cool. He does little short videos on different things around the world, processes. You could even, you know, like those TV shows where they show you how stuff works, kind of like that, but usually on things of interest. And fuck Tom Scott, by the way, because he's successful and I'm not, and we're like the same age. Normally he takes all my revenue, but I guess he doesn't want the 7 cents from my videos. I'm tired of seeing these copyright claims. Fuck this guy. You'll be sorry, Tom Scott, when I have millions of people watching me, like fucking Ninja. You'll be sorry. Just another 10 years. That's all it's gonna take. Okay. We have a daily upload, and then we got some highlights too. What was this? August 24th? August 23rd. Okay. Full stream. gaming, Twitch, podcast, game dev. 3D. Yep. Right. And alrighty, and got a highlight too from yesterday. We're gonna export, guys. Good to go. Now while these are exporting, I'm gonna wash my coffee cup out, guys, and I will be right back. Grab a soda too. 1 second. Alrighty, guys. Let's see. Good. Got that. Let's check to see if they're here now. Third. Third. Dead by... Oh. I like when Dead by Daylight disappears for some reason. I don't know why I have to type the whole thing in. That's weird. Sometimes the category disappears. Doesn't make sense. Okay. August 24th. And this is a highlight. Wonderful P music, guys. Very good. Right. Ready. Dead by Daylight. There we go. Done and done. Now we gotta schedule them. 26 schedule. Alrighty, let's take a look at the Reddits, guys, and then we'll get into game. We'll get into game. Oh my god, I got some hate mail. I love hate mail. Nothing. AMD Reddits. Things are all quiet until a month from now, guys. It's all gonna pour out. Ryzen 7 7700X is 20% faster than Ryzen 5800X in single core benchmark. That's good. But what we're interested in is the 3D core. 3D cache. The X3D processors. Those are gonna be really good. And those are in November. But the 7000 series. The normal 7000 series will be good preview for the 3D cache variant. Leak? Possibly leaks. Allegedly performance numbers. We looked at that yesterday. Really looking forward to it, guys. Gonna get a new graphics card this fall. Gonna get a new processor. Oh my god, both I'm looking forward to, especially the processor with 3D cache. Graphics card will be an upgrade. I'll just like, whatever. But processor with 3D cache, I'm very curious on how that will perform. Because even though I don't stream fast-paced games on stream, I do play like MOBAs off stream, specifically HOTS. And MOBAs are very, very fickle beasts, usually dependent on clock speed and single-threaded performance, because they all use shit engines. HOTS included. It uses a StarCraft engine. DVD Reddits. Let's take a look at the love mail I got. Email? Oh. How many downvotes do I have? Ah, 0. You got 4. Wow. Forgetting the fact that most people have mains and people would typically spend more BP on that character than any other and thus get higher level add-ons and shit. It's not that bad. If you're a survivor, people want to play more than one killer, and killers need their add-ons. Fighting uphill battles, guys, against survivor mains. That's just the way it works. Generally, I don't argue with people on Reddit because usually you'll get a response and then it turns into only the people that will see due to the way that Reddit is threaded. You'll generally only see the people responding to you are the same people because they're the only ones that get replies because stuff dies out after a day or two. And then that's the end of it. So, like, I might respond to like one more reply and then I'm done. It doesn't matter what happens because no one's going to see it except for the person you're arguing with. And I don't argue with people to change the mind of the person I'm arguing with. I argue with people to change the mind of everyone else that's watching. Where people pretend that you won't change the opinion of someone online. Generally, you won't change the opinion of someone online, but it's not the person you're arguing with. It's everyone else that's watching that doesn't have a horse in the race. Always ahead of the curve, guys. Rancor bug, more like Rancor buff. Rancor bug is fine. Rancor perk activates when the hatch is closed regardless of how many generators were left. That's a bug. When you close the exit gates, it powers the gates. and no activate condition is underpowering gates. We've looked at this before. So you can run into a scenario in which the gates are open, the gates are powered, and buffs will activate like adrenaline off of powering the exit gates. So they'll be on the ground and they'll activate, despite the fact that they don't traditionally power the gates through generators. Let's take a look at Rancor. I know. It just says it words it differently. Once all generators are completed, it's the same thing as powering the exit gates. Happens in two different ways. Adrenaline. It could be slightly a bug because they don't have a different condition. They're lazy and just use the same second. Exit gates are powered. All generators are completed. You could argue that. I'd say this is just basically the same thing. They actually say that when the exit gates are powered, not when all generators are completed. But basically the same things. Known bug. Aww. Part of the known bug list. That kind of takes all the wind out of response to engineer the situation. Okay. Eventual perks. I consent, I don't. Got to ask. Nerf, nurse. 23 matches in a row, can you give it a rest? You want to try builds that don't use Lightborn, but Survivor just keep bringing flashes. Look at the fucking wall. I play at high MMR, and I generally do not have problems with flashlights. Even with locker builds, like the people that try to harass you with lockers, you can generally time it properly so they can't flashlight you. Sometimes it's unavoidable, and you just should do it just for the sake of seeing what they do afterwards, just to move the game along. Alright. Done and done. Alrighty, guys. Let's move along here. Play some games. We're probably going to play Pyramid Head. We will see, though. Okay, change that, do that. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick here, guys. I got to go drop the kids off at the pool. I'll be right back. Alrighty, guys. Oh. Drop some frames at some point. Good. Get into game. I think maybe we'll start with the game of Nemesis. We have to switch off right away, though, or we're going to get too comfortable. Mm-hmm. Cool, cool, cool. Alrighty. On to the main event. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Our shite. Shite build, check. Good. I like how Otz is recommending that people, I was reading it when I was on the shitter. I like how Otz is recommending to people right now that they should hang on to some of their, tomb? What are they called? The tomb, you know, the rewards for your tomb? Where I haven't spent any of my flans since the release of the anniversary update because of the add-on fuckery. So. A little late for that, bro. And then still it wasn't even doing, even during the 2X event, wasn't even doing flans. Not worth it if you're spending a shitload of points, basically devalue the currency. There was inflation in BP in terms of your spending power with BP, and then he didn't see it and didn't recommend course of action on it, when obviously it was going to get fixed because it was it was a fucking huge deal. So, made. There's a time at which I didn't check profiles, guys, and I do wonder how many VAC players we went against and how many like TTVs we went against inadvertently. Good, good, good. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hmm. Looking good, chat. You're very beautiful tonight. Oh, the new cologne totally works out for you. Mmm. This is totally a Smurf lobby. Cream. Okay. We'll go with it. First game of the night, guys. Oak. Hook spreads. They might have a Sable build. And cakey. Good, good, good. Two globes. You can usually tell whether or not the globes are console players or PC players based on their load speed, too. Load. Consoles generally take longer to load than PC does. Insta-load, they're more than likely on Windows. Globe, which means they're Epic Store. Cam off first game, Midwich. Windows Store, Epic Store, Stadia, Springer Cuck doors. Rounds, we need to get rid of the Mega Cuck. Here. And scratch marks. Drop. Window. I think we would have made that even with a window. Yeah. Drop just now. I could have whipped that, but sometimes the guided missile is better. Yeah, we couldn't go over there and punch and double back, unfortunately. Could have overcharged, though. I should have done that. Yep. Push. Yep. Bye. BR or BT. Correct body block. Window. Yep. She can't make it though. Okay. Pick up. I didn't see one at door. Yep. I don't think we can make it down there. Midwich hooks really sucked dick after they changed them last fall. Oh, no one showed up. Oh. Okay. Get him, zombie. I don't know why she did that. I think she thought I was just gonna veer off. No, not blast mine. Someone just got zombied behind us. Here's. Yeah. For some reason we still hear guy. There might be a head-on, maybe? What's going on? If she's right on top of me, or she's in a locker right there. Please move. Thank you. Was it tapped? Was not. She must be in a locker here. Nope, she's just upstairs. Just heal. I think she has, not renewal, she has inner healing. I was in the locker. The other guy way down there, so we actually know where everyone is right now. Good exhaust. Got in the locker, she dropped just now. Second? Nope. Check gens now. That has almost no progress on it. Doesn't either. I'll be waiting to get on the side gen too. Double check the gen that was regressing, because that's my likely bet. Swift? Yeah, definitely a Swift. Got very angry when I killed that one guy. Well, not very angry. They definitely noticed. It's reset. Gen? I might have forgot about that one. Complete regression. Once again, game should have 20-minute time limits, guys, after which point endgame collapse should start. Hatch should not open under any circumstance, and survivors are still required to finish the gens before the allotted time expires. And endgame collapse is 4 minutes, so 2 minutes and 4 minutes with a down. And we're going to get people that aren't doing anything because they realize the futility where they are, but they don't want to give me a win. So, probably upstairs jerking each other off. We'll have to find them at some point. Progress. Both are on it. That's really weird. Ah. Fuck the pooch just now. Got marking on them. We're gonna whip them so they can't reset, and I can't hear them. They definitely coordinated that gen, despite what some people probably would say when you say at the end game, "We aren't together, we're all solo." And they immediately got on the same gen at exactly the same moment after playing stealth. Now we're going to wait for 4% in deliverance. Yeah, we're going to kill Neon, don't worry. Next to impossible for them to squirrel away on this map. He has flip-flop power struggle. Still fucking hooking for nose, so she might still have flip-flop power struggle if she knows she has to go to KD. Nope. Still could be flip-flop though. Okay. 4% deliverance. Mm-hmm. I'm dead. Good, good, good. Got a hatch too. Good, 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 good. Lovely. Lovely. Mm-hmm. Get bad. Here's Blast Mine. OTR. Once again, guys, look how many OTRs are in this game, too. This, once again, is higher than our normal of about 1 per game. Alley's Tunnel. Camp. Why wouldn't I? You do things that help you win. I do, too. Like that you can win. If you think I just face camped, you would be mistaken. Bad. What's bot? Like bottom tier or something? I'm not. I 4K'd and enjoyed myself. 4K bad. Got me good. Hey, bad. Yep. They're trying to find a way to insult me, and they're realizing that I'm just going to keep pointing out 4Ks to me. Yep. I do strategic and tactical things to help me win. Tried 2 with distraction tactics, displacement, and escorts. And I got around them. You even tried to entice me with a flashlight. Click. Clicky. Clicky means you aren't doing gens or anything to help your team. So I took advantage of it. Thank you. This guy's really angry. Apparently I'm supposed to be a normal killer. 4K bad. You realize this baby killer 4K'd you guys, right? I'm just making sure because it seems like you're having a neurotic episode here and can't see which reality you're part of. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's pretty good. You still here? Or did you just flip out? You just left after that one. Oh. Oh, that's good. I wasn't going to highlight this, but we're definitely going to highlight this now. The fucking endgame chat just makes it worth it. That's a highlight tonight. I love... They don't do it so much anymore, but I absolutely love when survivors just completely reject reality. You're a baby killer. Bad baby killer. 4K bad. That has to be one of the best responses. That has to be one of the best responses to people calling me bad, is just 4K bad. Because... yeah, I guess these guys weren't trying at all. Yeah, they definitely did not try to do anything there to help them. There was no tactics and strategies the survivors used. They literally didn't attempt to get in my face, try to go for behind the back plays while someone's running distraction loops on me. Didn't two people get on and Jenna exactly at the same moment to pound it out, which they actually did, by the way, but when they got on chase, they immediately went down. Yeah, you know, they totally did not try to save in any way, shape, or form. They totally had the first hook on the Claude, totally did not have someone go in and save while I was fucking around with the Nia, which is one of the reasons I was trying to avoid that. No, sir. No fucking sir. 4K bad, guys. Yeah. Only survivors are allowed to try, not killer. If you guys didn't know that. I really need to start playing Executioner, though. I don't want to. I know he's just going to be worse, and he's going to be a shittier nemesis. I don't want to, but I really need to. How many of those do we even have? 28 games worth? So we probably should put on some other add-ons to start out with. 5 meters, I mean, we aren't going to ever run out of those, so that's... Take a look at his stat page. Quick. Where the pain starts, guys, we'll see, though. Normal movement speed, DD movement speed. Okay. Executioner. Walking Wall and Torment is 110%, so while you're putting down the shit on the ground, it's 110% speed. You charge it to put it down, it's 92. Second putting it in, taking it out, that's what she said. Ah! Seconds killer instincts when they step on your shit. Don't just get a cheat lobby right out of the gates. That would be very unfun. I really wish there's a shooting range you could just go in with killers and just fuck around. Like, you don't even need to have a target, you just have a survivor that just stands still, or vice versa. So you can play around with elements of the killer or elements of a survivor. Wouldn't be difficult. It's not like they need to have AI or anything. You could even use the training areas that you have right now for the tutorials. Special zone on trails, which is it can only be so close to a hook. Within 4 meters of hooks and generators, within 3 meters of hatch, anywhere within the basement. We're gonna figure out the basement at some point. We are. Right. Do 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 do. Maybe we got a better shit add-on I could use. The two that I want obviously are the range extensions, which is what everyone uses. Most of these are garbage though. Judgment. Right to judgment is them stepping on the poo, by the way. Stepping on the poo. Garbage. Why no one uses them? This is the guy we just played against. Weird considering how long I've been just fucking around. Sending a survivor to the Cage of Torment, all auras of all survivors suffering from torment are revealed for 6 seconds. They could even remove the segment here of... I can't show you. They could even remove the segment here where they're required to be infected by torment, and it probably would not change anything. It would still be a shitty version of barbecue. Because when you send them to a Cage of Atonement, not only do they have to be infected, so it's not even a normal hook. Not only is it not an infected hook, but not a normal hook. They have to be infected, but it only happens occasionally. It's definitely an older killer, guys. You can feel it in his add-ons. Ancient. See how it goes. We're gonna cam off, guys. Probably gonna play all of our games as Executioner with cam off tonight. Let's see how it goes. Why does it feel like we're gonna get Ormond? Oh, so that's just moving. I thought there was a different ability. Get the timing down. Yeah. Oh, dude, it changes how your fucking character turns when you have it on the ground, too. That's fucking weird. Rerunning? Yeah, that's really weird. Yeah. In a locker? I swear I just saw someone over here. Playing stealth? Keep trying to get me on the same player, too. I'm pretty sure there's two people here and they're just fucking around. Like, they aren't even doing anything. And burst. The fuck was he in front of me and he just straight up disappeared? Saw him walking here just like we saw the other chick walking. What's going on here, guys? Do we get a cheater lobby just like straight out of the gates? Not sure what's going on here. We haven't added chase yet, besides that one chick that keeps running in front of us and then running away. Down. I think this is a pre-made. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here. And I think we got in a cheat lobby immediately. That's very laggy for some reason. Let's go right here. Oh. See now. See how this works. Is it the whole line, or is it just a certain distance? Like that works. There's actually a... It keeps you from turning fast. Well, you have the sword in the ground. I don't know why they do that, but thanks, PHVR. Just like pre-drop a bunch of shit. That's from earlier. Well, you can't make that. Game for rescue. Yes, she has it. No DS. Cat. Guess we just got KD here. Potentially could go and reach that. I want to take a look at the floor in the KD too. Let's take a look at how this works. So apparently you can't put it in the KD. I don't know if it's a whole stairwell or what it is. Whole stairwell. Let's see if it's bed. Yeah, it's a whole stairwell, so you'd have to go like something like this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That guy just got around my effect? Yeah, she just walked through it. Made no sound. Definitely a cheat lobby. Yeah, and she's dead. Control. Oop. So the chick in the beige or the blue is cheating. She walked through my my ability without making any sound. I don't know why there's a splotch that's just missing here. That wasn't missing when we went downstairs, by the way. So she walked through it and actually despawned my poo on the ground, by the way. That is... Joe, wow. That was the guy that actually joined late after kicking the guy out of the lobby. The guy that was there earlier, too. Okay. So somehow he managed to despawn my trail. Very weird. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if that reaches or not, because we haven't played enough. Immediately leave. We're gonna see the Jen in the corner pop at some point here. I'm pretty sure this is once again the same chick. I think this is a cheat lobby. Yeah, see, she got inside here somehow, too, again. Now she actually went through it, and it triggered. She's 100% cheating. We're going to leave chase with her. Practicing right now, guys. I wonder if there's a better way of doing that. Like right when you're about to swing. No. It's really telegraphed. This isn't like Nemesis at all. Like, it takes like 3 times as long to actually go off. Alright. She just wants to leave. Okay. Okay. See how stupid they are? I heard the guy behind me. Yeah, him. She's cheating, so it doesn't matter. We'll push. Okay. Ah. Going for my Noah totem right now. Yeah. I'll kick him out. And we got a 3K. Bye. Good. No. Think she's gonna 4% too? It has no effect if you crouch through the gore trail. She erased my gore trail. There's one spot on the top of the kill dungeon where she just removed the gore trail completely. Like she took it out. So it's like Hague? Or you crouch around her thing? Good. Yep. Good. Never once heard the Boon Totem? Or is there one OTR? Good, good, good. Disappears in areas with people that run through it and get infected, really. Yeah, so you can't actually... they can crouch over the top of it. That's actually not in the wiki. That's fucking hilarious. Good. I mean, it doesn't, because then other people can run through it. Once again, an old character that needs to be rebalanced, but that's the way that it is. And this is the only reason we're playing them is because of reassurance. There's other kills I'd rather play right now. Yeah. 3K because of Noed. Actually, no, because they just did something stupid, which is she just fucking hovered around the hook. They kept trying to get me on that same chick, though. Like, we spent a good 30% of that match just chasing no one, which is very unfortunate. Yeah, like, when you actually go to swing it, when you put the sword in the ground, it decreases your sensitivity by like half, I would say. Maybe 66% of normal sensitivity, which is really stupid. Yeah, we still got to insta-kill the last chick, but that didn't really matter that much. It just saved us a hook trip, I guess. Actually, I don't even know if it did that, because it takes time to Mori. Yeah, it's still a net gain compared to going to the KD. You can fucking crouch through it. Well, sure. I mean, I'm not going to debate that, and that's what I did last game, right? But you should be trying to also hit people in the open normally, if you can. Like those whips with that one chick in the open, that being said, it goes through walls completely. I could have hit with Nemesis, but the moment you put your sword in the ground, it's like 3 times as long. Between the time you start triggering the vent till it actually goes off, it's about 3 times as long compared to Nemesis' whip. 2 times as long, 2.5 maybe. It is very long comparatively. Only reason we're playing him is because of his cages, but if they can get around the fucking blood trails, it kind of makes it pointless. I thought they're just going to go and stand in corners, but if they literally can just crouch through the shit, then it kind of pointless. Might play, yeah, and it's specifically reassurance. But if we can't get the shit on them in the first place, we can't send them to cages, and as such, it makes it kind of pointless. Like your initial chase, that means the first hook state is more than likely going to be a normal hook. Unless they happen to step in my goo because I put it somewhere nice. It's more than likely going to be a normal hook, which means they'll be able to use reassurance on it anyways. Or it doesn't really matter anymore because DS isn't really a thing. Oh, we might just go for baiting on hooks too. That's another strat besides Tombstone Myers. By the way, I have no idea how she didn't blow up my totem last game. She should have saw it because of the radius on it. Clan tags, next game. Good. Fuck. I wanted to make lasagna tonight, guys. Late now, though. Motherfucker. Yeah, but it takes like 2 hours to cook, and it's 1:30 in the morning right now. You are correct. I hope not. I'm a bachelor. It's one of the least fun things is making food for me. Mainly the time it takes to do all of it. Just it's part of my life that I just don't want to engage in. We'll see how consistent we can get the goo. I mean, in our first game, we already had someone that was just walking through. Clan tags. First game, we already had someone crouch walking through it. So I was looking at the hook, and I expected no one to show up down there unless we heard them. And they just walked downstairs without me hearing it. Good. I don't want to make a pizza. I'm out of fish. Maybe I could make some sausage and macaroni. Cheese. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Yeah. I ate at Taco Bell yesterday and it just kind of made me feel miserable. It's all the fucking sodium in it. I used to eat Taco Bell all the fucking time, but I don't really anymore. Mainly because it makes me feel super lethargic. It has so much sodium in it. I swear to God, it never used to have that much sodium in it. It's just caked with it now. If you guys are curious, there's studies that are showing that dementia is generally linked to excessive amounts of sugar. Diabetes, obviously. Excessive amounts of sugar and sodium. High sodium content now. Not trying to lecture people, just kind of curious how that's evolving. And some people love salting the shit out of their food. I don't like going and getting groceries. I usually do it like once every couple of weeks. Level 93, which we're probably going to dodge this lobby. Someone that doesn't stream regularly. You? I've never seen him on Twitch. Kind of weird. No. Taco Bell's bad. It's one of the few places that's open this late at night. That's the way that it goes, so. Not many options. I would like there to be more options, but there isn't. I don't live in a big city where things are open 24 hours a day. Also, tacos in general, unless you just get tacos, are kind of bland. I'm gonna go out there and say it. It's either like super spicy, not like flavorful spicy, or it's just bland. They have like their ingredients are generally basic and they don't transform them at all. Like they don't turn them into something new or better. Just kind of meh. Normal taco. I'm gonna say that like I like normal Taco Bell better than most taco and most Mexican food. Yeah, the nacho fries that they keep taking away for some reason. Yeah. Why? I don't know. It's one of their hot items. They're like, oh, limited time, limited time, limited time. And you're like, why? Why don't you just keep them limited time? It's a secret. Meanwhile, they got rid of like 3/4 of their menu, just like annihilated it. And that was like 4 years ago. They just got rid of a shitload of items to min-max their costs, and then just got rid of a lot of shit that people enjoyed. Like I used to get the double XL burrito because I enjoyed it. I got rid of that. Yeah, that was back when I went all the time though. Also, just it's not just a food thing or not just a feel-good thing, but saves you money not eating. Fast food's really expensive. Like, I don't think people realize, like, the whole DoorDash craze on Twitch, you have to be fucking rich to do DoorDash all the time. Like, it's one thing if you pay a delivery fee, it's another thing if you do it all the fucking time. Because DoorDash is expensive. You're paying, like, fucking $25 to have fast food delivered to you. Jesus Christ. Not $25 for the delivery fee, but, you know, $12 for a meal or $10 for a meal, and then the delivery fee on top of $20. It's a lot of money. Yeah, they're pretty good. It's I'd say they probably, as far as fast food fries go, even outside of that, I think fries are kind of one of those things that it's like a notable thing for fast food places. I'd say like curly fries from Arby's are probably the best as far as fast food fries go, and then nacho fries. They have something really going for them, and then they're just like, yeah, whatever, man. Let's make it a limited time thing. Yeah, rich life or poor life, perpetuating a rich life as something that poor people can do, just like any geek can do that. Like, shit, dude. $20 for 30 days, that's $600 in a month. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of fucking money. You do it twice a day, that's $1,200 a month. That's a shitload of money. Most people, that's a shitload of money. Whatever. So a lot of people don't put into prospect costs nowadays. Unfortunate. It's like basically anything you can get from a grocery store is cheaper than fast food for the most part. All of it's cheaper than fast food. Let alone DoorDash. Sounds cool till you realize it's insanely expensive. Oh. Wish there were more things open. I need to figure out some other things to eat. Sometimes I make stir fry though, but I'm always stir fry, so yeah. Alfredo, chicken Alfredo, out of that. All your classic bachelor food. Normal takeout's just as expensive as DoorDash is now. Like DoorDash and a meal. Get traditional takeout from an actual restaurant for the same, probably actually cheaper than DoorDash. I guess. So one of the really nice things I really enjoyed though is not having to cook ever. I really enjoyed that, just having food just available. And not having to fuck around with cooking, going grocery shopping, making sure things are available. Oh, that's so nice. Another case for having a significant other that is a stay-at-home husband, wife, whatever. is them taking care of food situations, but... Not that everyone does that, but if you have someone that does it. Personal chef? Personal chef being your significant other, that is. Most people don't do that nowadays. Like the young kids, though, like traditional. If you talk about traditional marriage, like if you have a significant other, they don't even do that anymore. Like most people don't do the home life. It's like geek culture. In geek culture, it seems like you just got like couch loafers. It's like the significant other that's not paying the bills just like sits around and maybe is like a sex toy of some kind, male or female. Like they don't act like a traditional housekeeper slash cook slash parent if you have kids. A lot of geeks aren't having kids, for instance, and just instead just are there. Kind of a turn off for me. Try to sneak in fish. Fish is pretty good nowadays. What the fuck's with these queues? And I'm pretty sure we just got lemur. Yep. Next game. Spaghetti I used to do a lot of. I don't do that anymore. You can actually make some pretty good spaghetti if you you take like a base sauce and then you dress it up with some spices you want to put in it. It's pretty good. I used to have turkey meatballs instead of normal meatballs. Bagels are too good though. Like I have bread around, but if you have bagels, they just are like extra shit. I guess it's personal preference, right? Depends on what you're into. Was big into fish. Basically, if I ever get fast food right now, like I go out for lunch, I almost always go to Arby's and I get their right now their Cajun fish. It's actually pretty good. Usually, one of the places I eat the most now is Arby's. And it's not because I eat the roast beef, but I have their market fresh shit because it's like basically like a wrap. It's like going to Jimmy John's and getting like it's basically like the healthiest thing there, and actually healthier than a lot of fast food places, unfortunately. It's funny because Arby's is traditionally a not very healthy place, right? As far as their normal entrees go, like roast beef and Philly steak cheese sandwiches, and I had a rotisserie chicken, and no, that's Subway. McDonald's used to have salads, and then they got rid of them because of Corona, and then they just never brought them back. Because they're expensive. Salads are actually expensive, guys. Yeah. Stuff that doesn't kill you is actually expensive. They're pretty good salads for a while, though. Those are gone. Bison? I've had bison burgers before. They're actually pretty good. It's like a leaner beef, and in my opinion, actually better beef. Bison's actually very tasty. I'm not saying that to be a hipster. Bison ground beef, though. How does that work? Bison itself is different from a cow, and beef's a cow. It is like a mix, because you can get sausage, and sausage doesn't mean it's all one kind of animal. Sausage is usually a mix of different animals. Pork sausage mixed with some beef in there or whatever. Or different parts of the animal, too. Ground bison? Okay. Beef just sounded appropriate. Alright. Yeah, I get that. Send me to Ormond, I swear to God, I'll fucking dodge. Okay. We haven't usually get sent to Ormond anymore. The new one is... Instead of getting the cheaters sending us to Ormond, okay, I'm off for this game, obviously. What is it? Oh, damn. It's not Haddonfield, although cheaters still send us to Haddonfield. Oh, I can't remember now. Fuck. Yeah, bison is actually really tasty. If you've never had a bison burger, I'd highly suggest trying one. Just like a buffalo burger. No, you don't get to have flaws. Unacceptable. I'm adding that to your record now. Eerie. Okay. Alrighty, guys, let's go break our cuck doors as per usual. Like, you could actually add zombies to this guy, and I think he still wouldn't be OP. Like, he has his cages, but the cages are so easy to play around. Still, give him a shot, though. Give him the good college try. Not impressed, though. Dude, it makes it hard to steer when you have this thing in the ground. People. Like, is it really necessary to fuck with the aiming of the killer? When the sword's in the ground? Fun. He's normally here. Excuse me while I just attack you normally. Fuck did they go? Oh yeah, whatever. Alright, let's try to do a doodly-doo here. Figure out the range on this guy. I know, right? Despawned a little bit. Ah, we got her! Yeah. Use reassurance though, guys. She fucked the pooch. So even she knew. Even she knew if she ran through it. Okay. Good. That is what we love to hear. Using the right person? I don't even know. Think so? I'm not. She's not making any sound. Why'd she leave? This is the wrong person. Did I down the right person then? No, she must have, This is the wrong guy again. Same chick? No. She must have Guardian or whatever it is to make the sound disappear. It's horribly clunky, mainly the fucking part where you can't, like, aim it properly. And then it has a delay on top of it. It's obviously a distant person. I think that we were actually chasing the right guy, but someone has, like, Guardian or something that just removed your sound. No. Drop. Got her. Okay. She double backed immediately. Okay. Alright, let's do the doodly-doo since we can't normally. Let's go see how the cages work. So I think it sends them to 4 corners of the map. I have no idea where they are because I've never done this before. And they despawn if you get too close. God. Who the fuck made this shit? Let's make the fucking aim also super horrible. That'll make this killer great. And then you can't readjust too when you fling it either. Oh. Like, if I go for normal mouse ones, it negates the purpose of playing this guy. Like, I need to learn how to use his normal attacks, so... Not really a big deal. Even though we're wasting a bunch of time and I could down them a lot faster if I just normal mouse one these guys. That's not the point of playing them, so... Opposite corner? Okay. Here's the right one, right? Yeah. This is actually the right chick, so we're just gonna chase her. Let's go back to the hook. This guy, on the other hand, is actually Death Hook. There we go. Can I time it? I don't know. That gen's totally 99. You guys are remotely competent. Hell here? Nope. We didn't time it properly because she got... didn't get hit. Don't. This is why you got a W key, by the way. So they wait, and then it just takes you more time. So. Done. Got a W key. The reason for that, so if you don't W key, they just double back. So, just like they did earlier. Go over here. Good. Yeah. Bye. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were chasing the right person at the beginning of the match, so. Alright. So, over here. Okay. W key away? No, she's here. Okay. Shadow step. Bye. Alright. Good. And handles, 99, doesn't really matter. So. Pop this guy. Good, good, good. Probably on a handle with it 99. Yes, it is. Oh, they double backed. Weird. Has to be a pre-made. Like, if I go for it... If I go for it, guys, we're going to cage your tournament hurt because we want control of the hook. And back to the tried and true. There we go. Fully expected someone to be on my Noah totem instead of going for a rescue. Alright, let's try this and see how it works. Yeah, so you can just do the top area like that. Apparently your friends gave up on her. Bye-bye! Yep, they're dead. They just left her to die. Yep. So I was chasing the right person right out of the gates. They just weren't making any sound, so I thought they had like Iron Will or something. Or like Calm Spirit, but they didn't. We were actually chasing the right guy off the first hook. All the like face pounding definitely just like got in my way so I can see what's going on. Good. Alrighty. There's 2 OTRs this game. Good. Yep. PHR's gonna patch on a killer that's like, what, 4 years old? We've seen there's some abuse after releasing reassurance with the executioner. The cages will now be seen as a normal hook. Yeah. We've seen some issues, so good. Yeah, it says nowhere in the dungeon. I swear I've seen people put it on the stairs, which is what I tried immediately, but it goes all the way to the top edge. That's really weird. Like, I mean, if you're going to do the top edge, it's basically the equivalent of putting it on the stairs, so I don't know why they wouldn't let you just put it on the stairs. There's still... It's not just that, they all look... So, like, in most games, I read not read, but, yeah, I guess I read commentary on when they're developing Team Fortress 2 years ago. Like 15 years ago. And one of the things that they discussed in the game, they intentionally do this, by the way, in Dead by Daylight. One of the things they discussed in the game is how each character has a unique silhouette. They carried this over to Overwatch, too. I don't know if it's still that way, but like when they're making units for Overwatch, they made them have very distinct silhouettes or profiles. So when you're in the heat of battle, when stuff is going on, you can correctly identify people in front of you, and you're capable of picking out who is who. And that's very important for target acquisition and figuring out who to go after, right? So in any esports-ready game, you'll have very distinct characters, and it's not just for character design, but it's also a way of presenting the character to the player in a way that they're capable of actually figuring things out. And in this game, they've changed the characters so much with cosmetics that it is next to impossible to figure out who is who. I can identify survivors based basically on their sound, not based on the way they look, but on their sound. They're so alike. They change their hairstyles. They have all different sorts of hairstyles. They all have all different sorts of hair colors. The hair color is not even accurate among people from the same character. They change their silhouettes. They have bulky, they have loose clothing, they have tight clothing, they have all different sorts of clothing. And it doesn't matter, because you can't figure it out. They intentionally do this to prevent you from figuring out who is who. They do it to intentionally... BHR does a lot of stealth nerfs to killers, but they do it as a way of confusing killers so you can't pick people out easier. It's like kind of like a zebra sort of thing, you know, where everyone looks the same or looks different in this case. Everyone's so different, you can't pick them out based on their avatar. If their avatar was a live 3D persona, if their avatar was a 3D persona of who they are, it would be much easier to pick it out, right? Imagine if they had a live face, so it was whoever their face was in the game when they launched with the skin. It'd be very easy to pick people out, but it's not. They make everyone, not talking even identical skins, they make it so it is very difficult to pick out each person. And because I couldn't hear that person last game, I second-guessed it. And then we ended up going after someone else anyways, so I should have just kept going after my initial tunnel. Yeah, 4 Claudes with the same skin? Yeah, I can only see motion. Actually, somewhat true. But, like, at the end there, like, that guy was making no sound, and I didn't even look for perks, by the way. I'm pretty sure that was Guardian. No, actually, she was at the pallet. That was well past it. But she wasn't making any sound. She wasn't making footsteps sound. She wasn't making anything. So I guess just OTR? But OTR is just supposed to be grunts of pain. It's not just supposed to be all sounds, but we couldn't hear it all. Which is why I started second-guessing what was going on. Very weird. Very, very weird. So if there's another perk or a bug, sound bugs, by the way, or possibly cheating, don't know. But yeah, it is very difficult, especially nowadays. Like, they have fucking Attack on Titan crossover skins. The Attack on Titan crossover characters don't even look like the normal characters. They don't look like whoever's supposed to be that character. They look like the Attack on Titan character, even though it's using like a fang or something. Like, they aren't even a fang. They're like a Michaela, or not Michaela, Mikasa, or whatever it is. You can't tell them apart. BH4 intentionally does this to fuck with killers. Once again, they stealth nerf, just like they fuck around with the hooks and tiles and they never tell you. They stealth nerf on purpose. And for some reason, when we aren't playing Nemesis, there's a VAC ban. When we aren't playing Nemesis, we are getting all sorts of high MMR survivors again, for some strange reason. Like, that game at a 25, a 18, and like a 12 or something. And when I play Nemesis, I barely get anyone over 10. For some strange reason again. Even though Nemesis is my highest MMR killer. But yeah, it's been a thing for a while. I've tried to memorize all the names of killers, and once I finally memorize all the names for killers, BHVR started becoming, not memorized, but know who looks like who, generally speaking. BHVR started releasing, like, ridiculous-looking skins that aren't actually remotely look like the characters that they're representing. It is incredibly difficult to figure out who's who, depending on what skins they're using. And sometimes some skins will make people look almost identical to other characters, too, which makes it even more confusing. Like, you can get a Fang that looks like a Cheryl, I believe it is, with one of her blonde skins. Yeah, it basically comes down to who I hurt and the sounds they make. And then their position in the killer, or in the survivor list on the left side. Like, I started going to a numbering system where I look at the number of survivor, like what position they are when they get hurt, or when something happens, rather than their name or what character it is, because they could be completely different compared to who they are in game. Sounds, however, don't change. As far as I know, the sounds are all identical. So if you can hear the survivor, you can pick out who's who based on the sound, assuming they aren't running the same character. And some outfits obviously look very different, and it really doesn't matter. But yeah, it is. BH for 100% tries to confuse you. In addition to them just releasing more skins because they can sell them, right? I don't blame them for releasing cosmetics, but they have to have an easier way to identify survivors. But they don't want you to do that. They don't want you to kill survivors, right? Hence why reassurance is the thing now. Never really had that issue. We must keep track of things in a different way than did. And clan tags on Executioner, of which I've played 2 games. Yeah. I had one game I still remember. It's kind of weird. Like, the stuff I remember isn't like the certain things are given different importance in my mind. Like, I still remember a game in which there's a Dwight, and I could not figure out which Dwight it was. Despite it was super confusing. Like, he had a different set of clothing on that made him look like kind of like an Ace that was also running around. Like, I associated with the Ace even though it wasn't Ace. It's fucking weird. Like, some sort of weird association problem in my brain sometimes. Then again, I also generally don't remember people's names in real life. Like, I remember your name if I talk to you enough, but if you're just like someone I've seen, I'll remember what you look like, I'll remember your nuances, I'll generally remember your personality and the interactions we had, but If I've only seen you a handful of times, like I'll just remember a face and like picture memory, photographic memory, but not really because I don't remember the names. Nouns. Fuck nouns. Probably some psychological condition for it. Yeah, no, that's just an immediate dodge. That's just a sure way of me dodging the game. Yeah. Yeah, not impressed. I'm just know you're more than likely going to have a cheat if you're playing in clan. If you're playing comp DBD, you more than likely are cheating, so I don't care. Why? Because this is Dead by Daylight and there isn't a comp scene and there's no anti-cheat in this game. I remember listening to some broadcasters and they're talking about how they tried out for comp teams, or one person tried out for a comp team, and they wouldn't even let them near, like they wouldn't even consider them for the comp team unless they had stretch res. Not even joking, yeah, you had to have stretch res. So, we talked about this before, how stretch res is just like an easy hop away from just straight up cheating. And how many people probably transitioned to cheating after stretch res was removed. Because of course they would. Yeah, like he definitely needs a balancing pass. Like his add-ons are just fucking worthless as shit. You'd think there'd be something here for like being able to knife faster or something, or maybe remove the fucking. Yeah, we dodged. The fuck is this? It doesn't stream. Both these guys, I'm pretty sure we dodged already. Yeah, that's weird. Lobby again. I guess it must have been 20 minutes since I last saw them. Yeah. I think I think that's like most people, but it's further than that with me, like as far as remembering who people are. I don't know. It's always been a thing with me. Like in terms of remembering people's names or a specific pronunciation of someone's name. When I was in Europe, my brother pointed this out to me. When I was in Europe, U.S. we have kind of generic names. When you're in Europe, everyone has like a certain way of like a name that sounds like it's pronounced in a certain way, even if it's English. A name that's supposed to be pronounced a certain way, but they have a specific pronunciation, which is either relevant to their linguistics or like their language, native language that they speak, or just who they are. So you can have like a unique pronunciation of your name, and then you're supposed to remember the unique pronunciation of someone's name. It's like another level of naming people. Not a fan of comp TV. I thought it'd be right up your alley. There isn't a comp scene. So like when games get too small, there isn't a competitive scene anymore, and it becomes this kind of niche, elitist group of people that try just to fuck with everyone. Is basically what it amounts to. Because they never have proper competition, and the competition that exists is usually laden with a bunch of problems. So it never turns into a legitimate scene. I'm not against competitive play at all. However, when it gets too small, it turns into kind of like bragging rights and a super elitist group. And in the case of Dead by Daylight, a lot of people cheat, and they're even more likely to cheat in comp play, so another excuse for people to cheat, which is very, very easy in this game. Take this game, there's clan tags in here too. Okay. Fake TTV. Spelled it wrong. Anyways, we aren't actually trying to win for the most part. That first game was alright just because I know how to play around hooks. We're trying to get down the timing on... right click. Well, it's not just that. You have to realize that you can have a generic anti-cheat, Battle Eye, Easy Anti-Cheat, VAC, and depending on what it is, it depends a lot on the developer for implementing it. So you can have Easy Anti-Cheat in Dead by Daylight, and you can have Easy Anti-Cheat in Fortnite. Both games have Easy Anti-Cheat. However, their implementations and how good of a job they do of protecting their coding is completely different because, I don't know if I need to tell you guys this, but BHVR is not epic. So, yeah, it's not fucking epic. Oh, on top of that, yeah, this game's not balanced because, you know, comp play. Like I said, it really feels like this game should have different balancing depending on the MMR you're at, because they can't get it right for everyone. There's too much difference in skill levels between the lowest 25% and the upper 25% of this game. There's a lot of people that seem to think like you shouldn't tunnel and camp, but you need to do that at high MMR. So, by the way, we've caged a total of 1 person tonight, and axed 1 person. Doodle across the map because we can. No, it's not long enough, guys. That's what she said. Buddy. Okay. Check the gens. Expect a cheeky hit wouldn't actually do that. Oh, he got me good. Oh no. Double back? What? Oh, scratch marks here. He did that. And then complete Guardian or something? Or not Guardian, Lucky Break? It has to be Lucky Break. Nothing there, so there's no blood pools either. There, we got a cheater immediately. Okay. Here, guys. Fuck, did I just hear the chest opening sound in front of me? The second game we've had tonight where people just instantly stealth on me, even though they should be right in front of me. Like, these aren't even chases. With the tippity tip. These aren't even chases. Okay. Leave, that's gone. Like, maybe this is just low MMR players of this shit. It's normal for lower MMR. Missing a hook. Center here. Should be able to get this even with a body block. Tapping back, I know the guy's there. Fucking disappeared in front of me again. Yeah. Despawn, that's fine. Be right about here. Fortunately, there's this middle part that I don't think I can get. Here's the chick. Dude, it takes you so fucking long to line it up. No. Hey, we got one. We'll cage her now because we can. This is what we're looking for anyways. You said it's directly across the map from you? Here? Hey guys. Actually seen the cage. Like right in front of me? Is she actually here? Can't see anything, so I don't know. Over here, where the guy's running to? Ah, it's in the corner? Oh yeah. Hey, buddy. Drop, because she needs to. She should have dropped us now. Oh, that guy fucked up big time. Nope. And she's dead. I don't think she can hit that pallet. I'll try anyways. No, I shouldn't have registered. Okay. Goes. Bye. Good job, dude. With the tippy-tip. Okay. Shouldn't be able to make it in time. Nope. And that was too far to the side. Pretty sure we got a cheater here. Bitch. Once again, goes back to the Dwight earlier in the match. Dwight, Ace, Jeff, whatever the other guy is. She looks like she has a speed hack on now, too. Got her again? Okay. Good luck, dude. Shouldn't be able to get that. Nope. Okay, let's see. Oh. Guys. Body blocking, body blocking, body blocking, body blocking. There we go. Okay. And she fucked up. Nope. Okay. And she can't get in front. Alright. Good job, guys. Keep going. Let's do it all over again. There we go. That's beautiful. We'll still be able to get the hook because of SWFL. Good. Dumb bitch. And all the guys at the top of the stairs right now. Yeah. That guy, the guy in the, I think is a Nia. It's 100% cheating. But that goes along with the Dwight earlier in the match too. So. Let's see. Let's go look at the names. There's a guy with the painted shirt. Yeah, her. And then the Dwight. So that's Just, and then Darth. He doesn't stream, by the way. It's a fake TTV. Oh, wait. Ah, yes. More. Let's make a moat. The gen, by the way, is 99 for sure. There's literally no reason to go over there. Gen's 100% 99. She might even have Deliverance here. We'll have to wait and see. Is Deliverance? Alright. Maybe make some over here too, because we can. Oh no, they finished the gen, guys. Okay. Let's go. I would go down and taunt her. But actually, we can taunt her. I'm gonna do Rights of Judgment without hitting her. And we're doing this right now to encourage them to try and save. I guess they're gonna pop my Noah Totem almost immediately, though, regardless of the debuff for it. Buddy, wait for the guy to come over here. Guy coming? He doesn't actually know. So he doesn't know I have Noad right now. Wait and see. Put this back up. Why would I go over there, you dumb bitch? Okay. Oh no, they're gonna leave, guys. This is definitely a cheat lobby, by the way. So that was a Nia. Nia's 100% cheating. Right as the bottom guy. Yeah, just. Nia's 100% cheating. I'm pretty sure the Jake is also cheating. Still got the W? Yeah. This is what we used to do during degenerate hours. This is what I used to do with shitty killers. Like, I'm fantastic at managing the KD. So that's not really a problem. But you can do this with any killer, so it's not beholden to Executioner. So it kinda, if you can do the same thing with the killer, only do it better, there's really no point in playing Executioner in the first place, right? There we go. Yeah, no, I was waiting for that guy to... So, the plan there, by the way, is when you're managing that, is you bait someone in, the other guy to come down to help. And we didn't even need to, by the way. Like, they literally didn't even come into the KD, they just jacked off the door. Probably because that guy knew I had Noed, which is why he didn't show up. So, pretty sure the Jake is solo, but once again, also cheating. What you'll see is when people are cheating like that, is they won't show up at the door anyways, or they won't show up for whatever's happening. Even though these guys all showed up at the same time to help each other out, that guy did not show up. There should have been no indicator that I had Noed on, except if they're close to it, and Noed Totem was nowhere near to the doors, so unless they went and looked for it, yeah. We copy pasta death. What do you mean by that? This is not Legion? Legion does better. As far as chase go, Legion definitely does better. But mouse 1-wise, so like, you have to completely put aside the, like, me using abilities in that match, right? So mouse 1-wise, you can do this with any 115 killer. So if you take the footprint or the baseline, the carbon copy footprint of this killer, you can apply it to any 115 killer, and then it comes down to what I apply on top of it, so his abilities. And we got maybe like, what, we got 2 downs with Executioner. One of them is really lucky. 2 downs with Executioner, with the trail on the ground, the mouse 2 attack. Otherwise, most of our hits were actually mouse 1s and grabs, which all comes down to innate knowledge of how to play the game, right? So it has nothing to do with the killer. Alright, we're going to do some reports here. This guy. And then we're going to report Jake. Actually, wait, does he have Lucky Break? He does actually have Lucky Break. He did that once at the beginning of the match. So that was Lucky Break. He does have the perk he needs. No, he did it twice. He did it at the hay bales too at the other hook. Yeah, so it wasn't just the beginning. We didn't hurt him at the gen either. But he just straight up disappeared at the gen. There wasn't a totem around there either. Does this mute sound too? Iron will though. Necessitate that, I believe. Yeah. That was when he was on the gen where we hooked the Jane. Yeah. Yeah, him not showing up again was sus as shit, because he showed up to pretty much every other hook rescue, I believe. And when all the three guys were in the corner next to the Jane. So does the cage always spawn in corners? Maybe there's a thread on this. Be very useful. I'm sure the wiki doesn't tell you. The wiki article on it does not tell you about spawn behavior. They go the furthest point away from you. That corner was not the furthest point away from me. The furthest point away from me would have been the other side of the kill shack. Yeah. That wasn't the furthest point. Furthest point would have been kill shack. Maybe there's some randomness to it. Got to hide names, guys. Ah, there's TTV anyways, guys. Good. Yeah, I don't know if execution is going to work out because he's not reliable enough. Just for his, the only reason we're playing him is for his cage. That's it. That's it. That's the only reason we're playing him. And if you can't reliably cage people, then it's a huge problem. Maybe there's something where I can put down torment. We'll take a look at that. Be right back, guys. Alrighty. So, well, this is one of the initial plans. This is one of the killers that would work the best against Reassurance. The other one being Shape. Assuming that you can't just insta-down people with a high MMR killer. Undetectable while standing on rights of judgment. Oh my god, that's so good! Wow! Rights of judgment trail inflicts hemorrhage until the torment ends. I mean, if you lose track of someone, that could be useful for tracking. It's like a bloodhound. Help. Inflicts oblivious for 15 seconds. Not really that useful. Blindness, even less useful. Duration trigger killer instinct when rights of judgment triggers it. No, that'd just be annoying. Range, that's the useful add-on. Duration of trails. Duration of killer instinct when triggered by rights of judgment. Worthless. Maximum duration of rights of judgment by 2 seconds. Maximum duration of rights of judgment by 2 seconds. The fuck is that? This is killer instinct? Separate one for that. Increases maximum duration of rights of judgment by 2 seconds. Yeah, that's already in the works. I don't want to waste add-ons when I don't know how to play the killer, so. Good. Next game. Like a sweaty pre-med too, they're all using similarly styled names. Increases time required to recharge rights of judgment by 4 seconds. So that's obviously... Oh, this is how long you can run it on the ground. When you put your spear into the ground and you run around, increases the time you can do that, and this reduces the recharge. The ones that really matter are like the time it takes you to put the sword in the ground and then flick it. Or just put the sword in the ground and draw, so you can do that during a chase. Or the amount of how fast you move while you're drawing in the ground. None of them do that. Like, even, like, how fast you can move while drawing in the ground, very useful. Nope, doesn't exist. But yeah, I know that. It's literally the only 2 useful add-ons he has. Or the range extension. KD corner was a hook, so I don't think it'll spawn a cage next to it. That's not true. There is a hook next to the cage where it spawned. I don't think KD changes that. Maybe it does. But it's not dependent on hooks. Right out, though. Normal hooks. Rights of judgment recharge, yeah. So I think if... obviously, if primary killers don't work, obviously Shape will work, but I don't just want to go around mooring people. That seems kind of boring, or tombstoning people seems kind of boring, besides the thrill of doing it for the first couple times. I think it comes down to us and clan tags. That was a streamer lobby with Fuckboy Squad. Then it's going to come down to information warfare, so knowing what killer we can use to multi-tunnel and help with multi-tunneling. Nemesis, even though you can see where people are, unless they remove their infection, you can't really tell who's who. And you do that by correlating with the survivor list on the left side, right, when they remove their infection. Certain killers, however, will allow you to see who you are interacting with. Doctor being one of them. Bird Lady, or anyone that has an effect that pops up on their profile when you hit them, would also be another one. Killers will just straight up show you who you're playing, though, or who's, Pig will do that, too, with one of her add-ons. Bird Lady, I'm actually leaning more towards Doctor. I haven't played Bird Lady yet, though. But if we're looking purely at information in order to tunnel someone out that we lose in the game, Darkness Revealed would obviously be a perk that we'd have to start running in order to find people that are just erratically around the map, but then we also have to figure out some other way of finding people in case they figure out I have Darkness Revealed and they try counterplaying it. And then, of course, you have things like Disillusion or whatever it's called. That nullifies your ability to see people. Click the list. Plague would kind of tell you with infections. Once again, we've played Plague, and high MMR she does not work. Gets shit on in a lot of unfun ways, where people just will never get infected, and then they'll bully cleanse all at the same time. Fuck you. Demogorgon has an add-on too, where when you go underground, you can see people above you. Weeb. Another weeb. I'd fuck me. Crass name. Another weeb streamer. Bubba? Oh, Bubba doesn't work. He'd still have problems with reassurance. He potentially could work for someone that comes over to reassure them, like any of the... We talked about this the other night, but anyone that has insta-down, you potentially could use against someone with reassurance, right? Shape being another one. The Fool, the Black Cloak. Ghostface. Ghostface does not work because he's just a piece of shit. Ani maybe, but he's very crude. Anyone that can insta-down. Obviously, like Clown with pinky fingers if you want to get cheeky. Do 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 to do 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 do. Hillbilly, we could play Hillbilly. That would work great. When they charge the hook, you just charge at them and you'll hit them no problem. No, I think it's actually better. It seems kind of risky if you just play around, like, insta-downing someone that has reassurance that comes over to the hook. With Shape, it might work. But then you'd have to blow a tier 3, and then you'd only get one down out of it. That being said, that's also camp time, so you could actually finish someone off. Or they'll come over like lemmings and keep downing themselves while you have tier 3. Which also might work. Shape in general, I think, is a lot stronger than people give him credit for. Having played him a bit. We need to play him more, though. All globes, guys. Billy's pretty shit. Had success with Clown? Yeah, Clown's pretty good. But this, reassurance is going to completely change things, so. Like a shitty version of Bubba. I mean, you can zoom across the map, but what does that fucking get you if you can't down people? So, yeah. And if you use Death Slinger, they're going to body block too. So when we see all globe lobbies like this, there's a potential that they could just be running into a cheat lobby. Okay, that's kind of weird. I guess we're all running brown add-ons for BP. Once again, kind of weird considering brown add-ons. Everyone never runs out of yellow add-ons, so why would people run browns? Don't know. I run browns because it's hilarious. Because why would you run a brown? Other people do, and 3 of them do. I'm not exactly sure on that. Like when I ran flans, we'd always get people, well, not always, we'd get groups of people that would just run all flans at the same time when I was running them. Same thing with party streamers. People would bring their party streamers when I bring mine. Kind of weird considering you can't see what other people are bringing as far as the killer goes and survivors. But you know. And off. I know, we'll just play Sadako and condemn them and they'll die. That's the best idea. Let's play Sadako, guys. Damn. Possible cheat lobby. Let's see. Breaker cuck doors. This is the guy we saw on the right side of the building, right? I should have tapped the gen while he's inside. Drop. Okay. Unfortunately, we downed him too fast, and now we do not actually have infection on him. That's unfortunate. Hey, buddy. I hear you're doing a gen over here. Let's take a look at this. Okay. Let's do a little doodly-doo here. I'll make one right here. On at me. It's gonna despawn behind me because of the generator. Right. Despawn. Ah, cool. Yeah. So the front one disappeared. Almost like she ran through that on purpose to get me away from the hook. No one would ever do that. Yeah, weird. Guy behind me tapped the gen. Go for it, my dude. Oh, yeah, it's beautiful. Bye-bye. Have fun, guys. Very fast. He's not even attempting to do loops right now. And chop, 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 chop. Bye-bye, Leon. Bye-bye. Chop, chop, choppity, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Yep. Left. Yep. Actually, what am I doing? Where's Michaela? Michaela's on the hook, right? Oh, Michaela wasn't. It was the chicken blue. Well, that sucks. Like, I can hear the survivors talking, trying to confuse me. Those corners are pretty good. Alright, let's go back to this hook then. Thanks, Serena. Do a doodly-doo. Boop! And then a doodly-doo over here. Boop. Yeah. There we go. Get everything? No. We gotta do it again. Fine, I plowed your mom. Phase 2. You keep track of these doodly-doos too, because if you hook someone, I don't know if they last a full 2 minutes, so they potentially could despawn on me. I think they're just doing gens right now. So next gen will pop and then we get a deadlock unless they're cheating, in which case it'll just both of them pop at the same time. The next gen is. Yeah, so the doodly-doos disappeared right now. These two didn't. Oh, there they go. Bye. Yeah. I guess this is 99. We'll see though. Might still be down here too. Not as good as plague shit though, but there's an open area there they can actually sneak through. Check back gen. Check school gen now. I guess she's still downstairs in the other building. We're gonna check this real quick and we're gonna double back. Probably downstairs hiding in a locker on the side of the stairwell. Oh, maybe not. Hey, buddy. Ah! Come. Oh, she knew. She's a knower. Yeah. Oh, buddy. I think she ran into it. Do. Excuse me. I have to wall this real quick. Yeah, we'll do a little here, too. All right. Other guy was downstairs. Let's go see if he's still here. Yes. Hey, buddy. There she is. Just waited. On the corner. Live? Okay. It's got W key, guys. Ooh, I felt like that would have connected. Realistically, we could just bloodlust too. We're gonna spend some time trying. Oh, that's beautiful. She W keyed back into it. See if we can get some reliable shots. Yeah. Like, honestly, we could just bloodlust here if we wanted to. Yeah. Give her a little spin. Thought she's gonna double back. She did not. Alright. No, she left. And that's a straightaway that doesn't count. That's easy mode. So, we know the other guy doesn't have Unbreakable. He would have used it already, so. Alright. I'll wait for. Oh, no 4%. She's done so. Now let's go see if we can find ourselves Michaela. Once again, with the way that things were working just now, if someone came along with reassurance, they just left her on the hook. So this goes back to us basically having to leave the hook in the first place. Because you can't cage someone if they're on the hook. Like, you can't preemptively goo them or hit them with the poo. Game usually spawns the hatch in the basement in this map. Not all the time, though. Check basement. Cool. Kill Shack's also another popular one. Found it. And we're going to bleed Michaela out because we do not know if she has adrenaline and we have no idea where she is. Got him good! Oh my god! Definitely nowhere. We are nowhere close to Nemesis while playing this guy. I mean, we got some pretty good shots in there, I'm not going to lie. I'm fucking fantastic at leading people, but if they hear the sound, I remember playing against Executioner as a Survivor back when I was a Survivor main. I remember playing against Executioner, and he is very easy to dodge his shit. So, yeah. And bleed out. Doc. GG, good comms, good coordination. I've been keeping the troll box closed because we aren't good enough yet for it to deal with the whiny toddlers at the end of the game on top of it. So once again, problems with tunneling, guys. There's only one person with OTR here. One person, I mentioned this before, one person with OTR, one person with Decisive Strike. Neither have both. And there's a guy with BT. So they're buffing this game, and survivors don't even fucking run OTR. Like, it's not super uncommon, but look how common it is in all the games that we had tonight. Like, occasionally we see 2, Then we see none, and then we see like 1. Yeah. OTR is not common. It should be on everyone, right? If you're getting tunneled and camped, you should run OTR. But they don't. Yeah, so if these guys were running reassurance, we would still have problems with this because they could just run over. Like, we didn't cage anyone this game. We didn't cage a single person this game. And there's almost no way that you'd have to kite them back into the poo in the first place to actually get them to do it. But if they just leave loops, W keying is very popular now. So you'll either get pre-throw pallets thrown at you. So pre-drops, you'll get pre-drop pallets, and they'll just leave the loop, so you don't even get time to set up the loop. Or they'll just hold W key across the map. They don't even give you time to set up, so they'll either just leave the loop or it won't matter in the first place. So maybe this guy won't work for reassurance, because you have to infect people to actually do work with it in the first place. When people are tunneled in camp, it's normal for them to have almost no points. If you see people with a lot of points while you're tunneling and camping, it usually means there's some sus shit going on in your game. Which is one of the reasons I report people with high scores, but I haven't been recently, mainly because there's a lot of other shit going on. Like, if you take a look at their points and try to add up what happened in the game, such as the amount of hooks that you have, the chases that you had, and they ended up with like 30,000 points or 25,000 points or something, and they don't escape, there's something seriously wrong going on in your game. If you guys are curious about that, look at DBD's scoring events. It's a list, and it'll show you what you can earn scoring points in. And there's obviously max amount of points that you can get doing during certain things. Boons will give you a shitload of points too. You get 1,500 per boon, and you can do 4. It'll give you 6,000 points. Escaping as Obsession gives you a boatload of points. Obsession Escape is 5,000 for escaping, 1,500 points. 1,500 points for Obsession Escape, and then 2,500 points, I believe, if you escape through hatch. So if you escape through hatch as Obsession, you can get 9,000 points. It's pretty absurd. And then Priming Handle gives you like 1,200. But when the game doesn't, they don't get to the point of it, it doesn't really happen. Got some trick shots going on there. I can totally imagine, though, like, based on the amount of speed that it takes me to swing at people, I can totally imagine how easy it is to dodge. Like, we had the games earlier with that guy that just kept insta-dodging me, and Larry's trying. Although, newer, we're getting the hang of it, but still weird. You do get a hang of the swing for the lead-in swing. It seems like the moment they go around the corner is when you should try and throw it at them so they can't see you use your ability. So corners are pretty big. When they lose line of sight of you, just perfect timing. But all they have to do is listen for it. I don't know. Like I said before, I played against Executioner, and one of the reasons I've never played him before is because he was very easy to deal with as a survivor back when I played. I had no problems with him. Just the mouse one killer. With some goo that has some unique effects. His mouse 2 is meh. I don't guess. Like I mentioned before, if it doesn't come down to... There's still Tombstone Myers, but... hopefully we can find something else here. There's still Tombstone Myers and Myers in general. If it's not coming down to... like, getting around reassurance, it's going to be around multi-tunneling. And using perks are a way to find survivors reliably. Doctor. I played Doctor. Doctor isn't super terrible. He's very add-on dependent, but there's a lot of killers that are add-on dependent. I used up all of his add-ons too. So killers that would give information across the map. Pig, I really don't want to play Pig. Pig's not very good. Or one-shotting someone when they come over to hook for reassurance. Preemptively one-shotting for reassurance. Bubba would still be able to do that. But we knew that already. if you're running something like Wraith, you could get across the map really easily. So if they unhook, you could double back really fast. So maybe I should consider playing Wraith too. We'll give Executioner more of a shot here. It's still like, what, we're like more than a week out from Reassurance patch. We're going to give Executioner more of a shot here, but his right click is very slow. It is like more than 2 times the warm-up before you actually throw it at a survivor compared to Nemesis. It is very, very slow. But Wraith, we could play Wraith with insta-decloak. You run Wraith and then use his add-on to pallet break, so you decloak when you pallet break. And then you can, if they pre-drop pallets on you, you can just insta-decloak with the pallet break. Go for a hit. Maybe Trapper? I was watching, I'm not gonna lie, I was watching, what is it? Raccoon Fucker. Name. Dan in a Hurry. I was watching Raccoon Fucker. And he was playing Trapper. And the way that he plays Trapper, which, by the way, he's another player that's not afraid to tunnel and camp, which, good for fucking him for thinking for himself. When he plays Trapper, what he does is he waits to hook someone before placing any traps. He waits to hook them and then traps whatever he hooks. Which is not a way that I've ever played Trapper before. I haven't waited. Obviously, there's, you know, the meme dungeon, right, where you put down a bunch of traps in the KD. But that's not really reliable beyond a meme. Memes are funny, but they aren't something you can do all the time, right? But if you have Trapper and you put them down, you get a nice defendable hook, and there's only a certain amount of ways that you can rescue the player. And then you just trap the ways that they go in. Then it allows you to basically just one-shot people that show up to rescue. But that doesn't... If you have Reassurance, you can get around that, though, because traps only go in certain areas, and you can get to the corner. It's not even based on line of sight, and you don't need to be that close to the survivor to do Reassurance, so... You throw a meme game in every once... You want to watch Fat Myers? You just want me to grow my channel, sincerely? I'm here to enjoy myself, not play for your enjoyment. Jeez. God, I don't want to fucking play Fat Myers and go, oh, this is so hard. Oh my God, guys, we lost and got BM'd in the Exegates. I'm sure glad I played this game. But anyways, with Trapper, he plays in a way where you go through and you trap the hook. So the location is strategic hook, basically. You trap the locations around it. Well, the way Reassurance works, you don't need to be that close, and it's a radius. So someone could be on top of you and use Reassurance, and then basically makes it pointless, right? So I don't think Trapper would work. Jar Jar Binks? Who's Jar Jar Binks? Is it the Wraith? I don't know what Jar Jar Binks is. Base Camp Sadako. If only that worked. Like, she has Condemn, and Condemn does jack shit. I'm pretty sure there are survivors that go through entire matches. We played Sadako for a bit. I'm pretty sure there's survivors that go through the entire match and never touch a videotape because they don't need to. Well, yeah, I got that, but I thought that was a name like Burger King Myers. I thought that was a name for a killer, a meme killer build. Demogorgon still has Underground, so when you go into the Abyss, you can see all the survivors on the map. He's not super terrible, but he's also not very good. I'd put him on kind of the same level as kind of Executioner in terms of... He's actually, his warm-up between when you warm up and when you fly at the survivors is faster than Executioner is. So maybe he's even a little bit better off than Executioner. And it's not even about using Underground, it's about using his lunge attack. But he has an ability that allows you to see survivors when he's underground. There it is. The Lichen. And honestly, we already played Legion with Ultra, with Eerie. So I think at this point in the game, based on how much BHVR is throwing at us, I think playing with Eerie add-ons I don't think is out of the ordinary now, especially with Reassurance. Aim for Blight. Right here. So this would allow us, once again it comes down to intel gathering. So if someone gets unhooked and we can't see them, we need to be able to find them somehow. Doctor I do think is still a potential option here. Surprisingly, Nemesis isn't, because the only way you can find someone with Nemesis is if they cleanse. So, yeah, Nemesis is basically out, which is hilarious because it's my main. Need intel gathering. Yeah, it's only if they cleanse. Can't pick this word be aura reading. But once again, if you rely on an aura reading perk, if someone is running Disillusion or whatever it's called where you can't see them, which actually isn't that uncommon, that would completely fuck you. Oh, you can condemn someone on the hook. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that was beautiful, isn't it? I actually got compliments on doing that because no one did that. By the way, people have been playing this game for fucking 6 years. People have been playing this game for 6 years, and I'm still doing things they haven't done before. How does that happen? I don't know. It's one of the reasons I'm playing Dead by Daylight, though, is there's still unexplored niches of this game. I think it has a lot to do with there just being so much in this game going on that people just kind of regress to just the basic shit. Or the well-played stuff. Yeah, you put down a teleport at the bottom of the, that's back when during degenerate hours. You put teleport at the bottom of the stairs in the KD, and you put one upstairs, a little bit outside, like Kill Shack or whatever, a little bit outside the area, and then you teleport. If you see someone around, you teleport to the basement, and you'll catch someone running down. But then again, back then I used to go for hits, where I don't really go for trades anymore, right? I'll try and play for I'll try to play for a pull, but that still could catch them off guard if I went for a pull, right? If they didn't realize what the fuck I just did, I could, because you're undetectable when you come out, I could potentially pull someone easily with the stair juke, which I never named that tech because that was before I named techs, but yeah. Not condemn. Let's take a look at that. But yeah, so it's going to come down to Intel Gathering. Doctor, I think, is back on the table. Demogorgon's on the table. We'll keep playing Executioner. Nemesis is out. Any of the killers that do not have Intel Gathering or Insta-Kill are out. Or they need to be able to down people insanely fucking fast, which means Blight, Nurse, maybe Spirit, but probably not. Let's take a look at your YouTube streamer that you're showing me. As Unreal, when you demanifest or manifest into a survivor who is hooked, it will prevent all survivors from unhooking the survivor placed on the hook. What? Oh, it makes him scream. Is this a scream add-on? You gonna make him scream? This is back when I used to do the... when I used to do KD basement camping. When I used to use the kill dungeon, one of the builds that I had worked on was for Infectious Fright. So if we went down and people are going for Zerg unhook, we can make them all scream and reset the unhook. You can also do this with Doctor. If you hit him with lightning at exactly the right moment, it'll reset the unhook. Is that what she's doing? Oh. Oh, okay, so not even related to that. There's an add-on that Unreal has where if you demanifest in front of them, they'll scream and it resets, but yeah. Ah! Oh, this is gonna get fixed. Yeah, so this is probably something that, my guess is what's happening here, guys, is when they made Unreal, when she goes into her invisible state, she can clip through survivors. And my guess is her hitbox is so tiny that it actually can get inside the survivor a little bit. Fat shaming Unreal. Knows if they'll ban. Well, I'm not going to do it. I don't generally do exploits. It's kind of pointless because it's not something you can reliably do all the time. Like, it's going to go away. And on top of it, it's kind of a dick thing to do. Okay. Fun. But yeah, guys, in terms of killers, I think Ani is too, he's too brutish, and I don't mean that in the term of his character, but he's unable to reliably hit people when he needs to, and that's not good. There's still clown bottles. You can kind of do a ghetto version of, Bubba, which is you camp a hook with clown bottles and with pinky finger, and you just one-shot people that come up to the hook, like Hannibal does. But on the downside of that being, obviously, they're going to just reassure him. Deathslinger, I mean, he doesn't have anything going for him. Deathslinger can get body blocked. You can shoot someone, and someone can get in front of you to body block. If you didn't know that, that's absurd. But yeah, so you could shoot someone. One of the reasons I haven't played him, you can shoot someone at long range while they're running away from you, and then while you're reeling them in, another fucker just comes in front of you, and then you hit the fucker in front of you instead of the guy on the line. Yeah. Unfortunate. That would be very, like, you'd have to try and maybe juke them a little bit. Like, what I'll do with Nemesis is I'll do a Serpentine and get them to overcorrect, and then you just double back and you do a whip immediately. But the way a basic Mouse 1 works is it has a lot of collision, and it's very, very easy to hit someone unintentionally. Or intentionally if they're using some sort of fucking aim assist fuckery. Aim assist fuckery. So it changes who you're aiming at. It's been a while since I got aim assisted, but it does occasionally happen still. We make videos on how dog shit the killers are. Like, the weird thing is, we talked about this before, but like, I've been playing this game for over a year and a half at this point. I've been playing game for over a year and a half. I reliably 4K, and we have almost no one watching me. And my thoughts is, survivors oftentimes do not want to see someone that can actually do well at the game. So the majority of the viewership will not actually watch you, and there's the minority is definitely killers in the community, anyways. But the majority of players don't want to watch someone that actually does well, especially if they're being uncouth with how they're doing it. Right? It's against the Survivor rulebook. They don't want to see stuff that's uncouth, despite it being good, and despite I think I do a pretty good analysis of everything. They don't want to see that. What they want to see is killers generally getting dicked on. That's the hilarity. Haha. Haha, you almost 4K'd, haha. Like, even Executioner, I just started playing this, like, first time playing Executioner was tonight, by the way. And I've talked about him a lot, and, like, I've considered playing him, and we've talked about them a lot over the years, and I even prepared him, years at this point. Even prepared him, but I haven't played him because he's just an inferior nemesis, and even after playing him, he just feels like an inferior nemesis. But we're playing him right now because of his cages, and once again, if you can't get people in the goo in the first place to cage them, then kind of pointless. Like, they're going to get on the hook and have reassurance to begin with. But we could do it. I mean, we were reliably hitting them with the poo after I hooked them, right? So we could hit them with the poo after hooking them, and then it leads to either a chop or a cage, both which would prevent reassurance. But the reassurance is so OP right now, guys. If they get any reassurance off, it completely fucks up the game. An extra 30 seconds is 25% more time on the hook. One person can add an additional 50 seconds, 50%, excuse me, because you get it once per hook state. So I guess if they let them go to state 2, then, you know, it's off. But one person can add an additional 50% time to the hook. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. And it only takes one. It's not going to take 2. It's not going to take 3. It's only going to take one person to fuck up high MMR games, because a 1 minute is, an extra minute is like literally a gen. So, yeah. You guys see how fast I kill people? Like, I kill someone off, usually putting aside playing Executioner tonight, I usually kill someone off about, like, maybe 2 gens or 3 gens if I'm lucky. And if we are playing against a high MMR squad and I kill them off one reassurance, mind you, and we kill them off instead at 1 or 2 gens, and there's 3 people left, if there's 1 gen left and there's 3 people, you're more than likely going to have, like, 2 people get out on you. And that's basically it. And then even if you go for an endgame build or whatever, and by the way, they've made it even more absurd with BT and shit, and putting aside all the endgame perks that survivors have now, the more absurdity when you go into endgame, like, it doesn't matter that you have, like, no way out and shit. It literally doesn't fucking matter, because then you still have to deal with the 10-second BT with 10% speed, or if they have if they actually have the BT perk, a 20-second BT with 110% movement speed, and that doesn't even include OTR. So, like, you can't go to endgame, and they always know when you have Blood Warden, so it's not even worth talking about Blood Warden. Yeah. Deathslinger is about individual fights, 1v1s, not team play. I would agree with that, but high MMR is all about team play, so sure, if you want to duke it out with someone, that would be great. Like with Nemesis, we can thread the needle occasionally with him, and I can deal with people body blocking. Deathslinger is still a 110 too on top of it, so if you have a body block with a 110 killer, and then you get the person he gets out in front of you, that's even more time to catch up, assuming that they're running at normal movement speed, right? because I hit someone because they body blocked me at a 110. As a 110 killer, I body blocked them. This person gains even more distance than a 115 because it's going to take more time to catch up to them in the first place, and of course it gives them even more time to reach a loop. So we might play Wesker. From what it looked like, they fixed a lot of his shortfalls, which were with windows and stuff. He appears to be like a nemesis, but once again, if they don't have a way, like the 3 things I described, he has to have intel gathering. They have to have intel gathering. They have to have an insta down, or they need to have a way of getting around reassurance. And Wesker doesn't have any of that. He's just a normal killer. I mean, he's not a normal killer, but he doesn't have anything good going for him. Unless maybe he has a perk here for finding people. Like even Penis Face, potentially with Penis Face, we could use Darkness Reveal, which is probably a perk we're going to have to rely on. We could use Penis Face and then teleport across the map to restart a chase with a player. And also you can see when they're in lockers too. That's even better because if you use Darkness Revealed and they aren't in a locker, or they get in a locker, you can see them, right? So we can quickly take a look at his perks here. I'm pretty sure there's no aura reading in his base kit. Right here. Well, faster, see other survivors' auras while carrying one. Perks, never mind. This doesn't even have anything to do with looping, by the way. We are not playing normal Dead by Daylight. We are literally discussing getting around one perk in the game. My entire goal right now is to get around a singular perk in the game. That's it. That's it. We aren't talking about looping. We aren't talking about overall strats. We aren't talking about engagements and areas on the map or gen pressure or anything. We're literally talking about dealing with one singular perk because it is unrealistic to assume you can do 8 chases and then kill 4 survivors at high MMR. It is completely unrealistic. Let's see here. When Survivor uses a first aid spray, this is the same as Nemesis. You can see their aura for 8 seconds. That's, it's not Killer Instinct, though. This is actually aura reading. So you could actually see what they are. Killer Instinct, you have to match up with the cleanse on the left side. This, however, I believe his first aid sprays are used more often, so this might be more reliable for actually finding a survivor again. Yeah, Killer Instinct, yeah, which is what crows do too. But there's like this weird, like Killer Instinct aura reading, like Doctor has. So when you shock people, right, they scream, and you get a Killer Instinct, but it also has their face on it, right? And there's a handful of killers that do that. Infectious Fright also does that. It's the same sort of effect. I don't know what that's called, but that's not the same thing as aura reading, and it's also not Killer Instinct. Don't worry, guys. Whoever says this is just a simple party game is absolutely fucking full of shit. Whoever talks about this game and pretends this is just a simple party game, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Absolutely no idea. Or they just play Survivor. If you're playing Killer, we are literally discussing 3 different effects that happen in the game that don't have one, I don't even think has a proper name, which is the Doctor effect, which also sets up from like the scream from Infectious. It also was Pain Resonance. Pain Resonance before when they popped the gen and screamed, you could see who it was, right? But just screaming does not necessarily mean you can see their name. I'm pretty sure. Fucking party game. There's spies. Spies, by the way. Oh, loud noise notification. Which is different than Killer Instinct. I'm pretty sure this does not show you the person that does it. Oh, that's maybe it's called loud noise notification. Aptly named. No, it's not. Triggers. Examples for rushed actions. Survivors trigger a loud noise notification by rushing actions, holding sprint button and performing by failing skill checks. Vaulting, fast vaulting pallets or windows. This does not show you who vaults this, by the way. This just shows you the notification. And it's not Killer Instinct. So this is not the same. There's an in-between here. It's not just a loud noise notification. This is different than even Killer Instinct. So there's like 4 different ones. Real core game mechanic. This game is literally a board game. There's obviously chase elements to it, but it has a lot to do with working around perks. Yeah. Or we were talking about Wesker here. First aid spray. When a survivor becomes critically infected, reveal their aura for 4 seconds. If hindered status effect. Hindered actually reduces your movement speed. I think we looked this up already, and I don't think it's normal like clown hindered or there's a couple different hindereds. It's not just hindered. Hindered isn't a one just status effect. Depends on the killer. So they move slower when they're critically infected. They infect over time. Plus 20 when you grab. Instinct 4 seconds when they remove it. Infection removal interaction duration 5 seconds. So they'll passively get infected just normally. Reduced cooldown bonus for infected survivors. Negative 0.5 seconds per infected survivor. He just does stuff faster for an infected survivor? Not complicated at all, by the way. Party game, by the way. Party game! If you guys don't know, there's a party game. The fuck it is. Fuckers thinking they're playing like Mario Kart, but instead they're playing Risk. I don't know, Risk is probably... There's much more complicated board games than Risk. Five seconds. I guess we'd have to see how that works. Ah. Here. Barton to charge bound attack. While charging, the mastermind moves slightly slower, but he prepares a strike. When charged, press the attack button to bound. Bounding is basically like teleporting like Tracer. A survivor with bound effect inflicts him with infection. Hitting a survivor with already affected by infection, the bound attack will increase their infection. Crashing into something during a pound attack will slam nearby survivors, causing damage. If not, survivor is thrown down and loses a health state. If not, the survivor is thrown and loses a health state if they are thrown in any solid object. Virulent Bound. Let's take a look. So they don't actually explain the speed of his vaulting. Oh, there it is, negative 8%. There's the hindered speed. Strength. So now we have to go to the Windows. We have to cross-reference with the Windows wiki article to see how fast he can actually vault. Let's see. I see. Maybe it's not here. Is it under movement? Ego throwing? Survivor suffers the hindered status effect. 8%. Mastermind grabs and slams a critically infected survivor while using virulent bounty will automatically begin carrying them. First aid supply cases, each containing first aid spray. Like Nemesis, when infected survivor can use first aid spray on themselves or other survivors, remove the infection. It's kind of like a passive, Franklin's demise, mainly because I haven't said that in a long time. It's passive Franklin's demise because they have to carry the first aid spray instead of using their item, which could be interesting depending on how often they have to use it. Disclaimer, this information was data mined from the code and was not tested in-game. It is subject to change and must be taken with a grain of salt until the release of 6.2. Testing could be done. I was pretty sure, I am very certain that this wiki is ran by BHVR. I'm almost 100% certain this is ran by BHVR, so it's kind of weird that there'd be a disclaimer here about data mining. Because this, by the way, whoever puts effort into this wiki is absolutely phenomenal. Because the wiki is usually very spot on about everything about the game, which is why I think it's run by BHVR. It's kind of weird that this is in here. Wiki, by the way, is very fleshed on this game. I'd say this is second to the Civilopedia in terms of information presented about a video game. It's very, very informative. Kind of weird if it's data mined, and because BHVR should have access to the code, right? What about my extended warranty? See. Okay. Well, we might give Wesker a shot here if he has information reading. It looks like first aid sprays are something that has to be used relatively frequently, which means if he has perks to reveal their location, also very good. So maybe we'll become a Wesker main. If he is on par with Nemesis, in which he has a fighting chance against high MMR survivors, even though he's not top tier, Nemesis I'd say is a very strong B grade. And that being said, that's B grade is the bare minimum to be able to compete against high MMR survivors. A is basically dedicated specifically to Spirit, and S tier is Nurse and Blight. So B is not bad. B means they're just barely capable of clinging to life when it comes to a high MMR squad. And I'm fine with that because it presents some challenge and also presents, it can be fun. Nemesis, actually, despite what people think, Nemesis has a lot of nuances and a pretty high skill ceiling when it comes down to his whip management with whip drags. I'm sure you guys have seen some really cheeky whip drags where I do them around corners. I do them dirty around the edge of a corner. That's beautiful shit, but it's a Volvo. I mean, if you don't care about... Is that Volvo? No, that's VW that had problems with diesel vehicles. But yeah, if he has some skill ceiling to him, I'd be definitely interested in playing him. Maybe we'll switch off to him. Once again, Nemesis does not have a way of, unless survivors are dumb, and hopefully they're dumb. Like when I lose someone and they go off to this corner of the map and they use the fucking syringe, and then I get my tunnel back. Oh, they have no idea how much they fucked up when that happens, and it's so glorious when it does. But that's not dependable. But if they're using these sprays pretty often, revealing their aura actually feels like this right here. Either of these two might actually be very useful for finding tunnels again. So maybe we'll be a Whisker main. I don't know. It comes down a lot to figuring out where the tunnels are so then we can retunnel them again after we lose them. A lot here. Passive gain rate. Hello, guys. All right. We talked about this long enough, guys. We're going to continue playing Executioner probably tomorrow. I'm not done with him, but he's on the list, the shit list, because of what we encountered. Once again, even 30 seconds at high MMR is too much time. So if we reliably hit him off the hook, or we can reliably cage them off the hook and or moor them, then that's pretty good. But the first hook state, we can't get them into the goo to begin with, the poo. We can't get them into the poo, and as such, we can't cage them immediately on their first hook for the most part. Can't immediately cage. Maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe there'll be some learning curve here to some nuances that we can push on, but we'll see, guys. Alrighty, I am out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit and you enjoyed the fun, make sure to follow button at the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take, depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Tomorrow, guys, will be more of the dibs. We are going to continue on with Executioner. Unfortunately, despite loving playing Nemesis, it looks like with the upcoming patch, he is going the way of the dodo. He does not have enough ways to combat Reassurance, which is unfortunate, guys. But we're going to be doing more killers here, and we have some plans already. Even Wraith, if we use Darkness Revealed on Wraith, he gets across the map so fucking fast that he would be able to very much make use of information when someone gets unhooked, right? And that's pretty fucking good. There's only a handful of killers that can do that. Penis Face is another one, and also you can see in lockers. We could use Sadako, because she can teleport across the map. That's goofy, by the way. Don't judge me, guys. We can use Sadako, because she can teleport across the map, unless the survivors get really cheeky and shut off my TVs, in which case it robs me of my power. Oh, wow. Sadako has so much counterplay. Good for her. Yeah, they really needed to be able to shut off your TVs. Yep. Fuck off. It's fucking BHVR. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. Yeah, if you guys don't know, if you have a VHS tape, you can just go around shutting off TVs, too. Not just cleanse yourself, you can shut off the TVs, yeah. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. Alrighty. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Have a good day, guys.